Test, 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 test. You want to start?
No, I mean, yeah. Yeah, sure. Okay. You have a click.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. Okay. It's okay. I have my own. Stop the background music. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Can you make it spread on screen? I think if you right click on it and
GM people. Please take a seat as quickly as possible because we are a bit behind of time. Okay, let's start. First we have Zhong from CoinGecko. We'll be sharing Q3 crypto industry report. Let's give him a big applause. Thank you.
yeah. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming. My name is Zhong. I'm the head of research here at CoinGecko. I think we're gonna just start because we're running out short of time and stuff like that. So I think when Ross introduced the event, if you were in the other hall, he actually said that we're not gonna talk about the price today. And actually it's not very true because I had to why else do you come to CoinGecko for, right? To look at the price. So I promise you this is probably the only session that we're gonna talk about the price and some of the other things. But yeah, I mean, just wanted to take you through this report. You are getting a sneak preview. We don't publish this report until 2 weeks from now, but we rushed it out for the event. Obviously the full report, if you have not seen the past ones, the full report is 50 slides. I'm not doing 50 slides today. This is just a quick run through, obviously tailored for people here since this is ETHKL. And yeah, let's just get into it. There's only about like 10 slides. So this is what the market looks like at the moment, at least from up to Q3, starting from this year. So I know a lot of people still say, "Oh, bear market, right?" It is that. But actually, if you look at the chart, right, and if you start from January, we're up about whatever the slide says. It is 35%. So yes, Q3 is a down quarter. It's down about 9.63%. But overall, I think for the market, we're actually up about 35%. Surprisingly, one of the big gainers this year is actually Bitcoin, the granddaddy of all. There's up about 60% year to date, even though again it also fell slightly in Q3, right? Some of the other things I did mention in the notes, I think the other thing to point out is obviously you can see the purple part of the slide. Volumes have fallen off a cliff. Exchanges, I think if you're in the audience, I think it's been a challenging 9 months. To be honest, probably started from 2022. It's been quite challenging. Average trading volume has come down to about 30-ish billion daily. Yeah, so I think from that perspective, it's not doing great. But otherwise, I think, despite, I would say, a 9.63% decline in Q3, actually the market, from a return perspective, is up about 35% this year, which is better than last year. Zooming into Ethereum, actually Ethereum is doing pretty much in line with the market. You'll see that it's also up about 39.6%, slightly outperforming the market for the year. It is down 13.6% in Q3, but yeah, after 2 quarters of gains in the first half of the year, this is, I would say, probably characterized as some level of consolidation. A lot of the dip, as you can see, happened in August 17. Don't really know why. It's a strange dip. I think anybody who's watching the market, the only 2 things that happened that day was that there were rumors that Elon sold some of his Bitcoin again, and then Evergrande, the Chinese property developer, filed for bankruptcy in the US. Not really things that you expect to affect the price of crypto, but that's what happened, and that's where we are. Pretty much after August 17, it's sort of flat, and we sort of stayed there. I think just a few things to point out that happened in Q3 really. Yeah, there's EIP 7154. We're going to talk a bit more about this later, but essentially there's a new EIP that's being introduced to limit the number of validators coming onto Ethereum because of people start worrying about finalization issues. This is supposed to be in Cancun, but I think we're going to talk about that later. Other than that, I think layer 2s are sort of a trend, and you can see lots of layer 2s are being launched in Q3 alone. That's the list. Some of them are here with us today: Mantle, Linear, Base, Shibarium. Still a lot of people building layer 2s. I think Scroll just launched very quietly last week. And there's a few more to go. I think people outside like Tyco and stuff like that, they're still building. Yeah. Moving on, this is staking. So probably one of the big buzzwords for Ethereum in 2023 and 2022, pretty much ever since Ethereum underwent its merge. And you can see now that there is about, whatever that number is, I really can't see. There is about 27 million ETH that is now staked in the protocol. If you count that against total circulating supply of ETH, that's about 22% of all Ethereum that is now staked in the network. Obviously, this is a combination. So the big purple chunk is actually people that we don't know. These are actually solo stakers or stakers that have chosen not to declare themselves onto the market. But I think lots of people talking about LSDs, right? So liquid staking protocols, liquid staking tokens, liquid staking derivatives. You can see that we put up some of the logos on the top right. Lido is the leader, 32%. Some people in Ethereum are losing sleep about that. Coinbase is in second place, and third place is actually something called Figment, which may not have been on your radar. So actually they added a significant chunk of stake ETH. They are really a more institutional focused provider and really shot up the ranking. I think they were like 5th or 6th last quarter, and they're now like 3rd. Other than that, you can see the other normal suspects, as you would expect: Binance, Kraken, then Rocket Pool, yeah, and so on and so forth. So I would say it's a healthy development. In fact, it's been too healthy, and that's why the EIP came about. to try to slow this increase in the number of ETH being staked in the network and the number of validators coming online. However, after they announced the EIP, actually the queue has fallen off a cliff, right? So if you understand how ETH staking works, actually there's a queue for validators to be activated. At one point, it was like you have to wait like 2 weeks or something. Right now, or even a month, I think the longest one was 46 days if memory serves me right. So you can't just plug into Ethereum and decide to be a validator. There's sort of a queue to join. Right now, it's down to half a day, 0.6 days. So it actually shows that maybe this is going to plateau after really a big run up ever since the merge and ever since Shanghai upgrade. So yeah, but otherwise I would say still healthy growth going, and I think it's going to go on for at least a few more months. Lido is the elephant in the room, I guess. Another interesting thing I think is Ethereum burn, EIP 1559, and I think good news for all the ultrasound money narrative supporters, I guess. Since the start of this year, Ethereum has been deflationary, right? So actually, there is less Ethereum in circulation now than there has been at the start of the year. So you can see the green line is the burn, yellow line is the emissions, and in the first 2 quarters of the year, the burns have significantly outstripped emissions. For Q3, we see a slight return to inflationary, but you can see that pretty much is around there, and that is really because activities on chain have sort of reduced quite significantly in Q3. So yeah, in deflationary Ethereum supply, you will see that some of the usual suspects are on the bottom to who are the ones that are causing most of the burn. Interestingly, I will point out, Uniswap being the dominant DEX or AMM on chain is obviously number one, but you are seeing that some of the, like ZK Sync, Arbitrum, some of the layer 2s are starting to make the list. They only burn Ethereum when people bridge over to their layer 2, right? So them making the list is a sign that people are moving their ETH off the mainnet onto those layer 2s itself. So good news for adoption. The people that have fallen off the list that we're going to talk about in a bit is NFTs, unfortunately. So OpenSea used to be on the list, but now it's kind of off, and it's a sign of what's happening in the NFT market at the moment. I did want to put up a slide. So this slide is not in the final report, but I did wanted to put it up. I think this is a good measure of where we are from a layer 2 adoption perspective. You can see the gray line, the only straight line that runs through this is Ethereum number of transactions. And pretty much Ethereum has been at that level. And then you stack up all the layer 2s that have launched, right? And I chart this from the start of January as well. So this is 2020, I think 2023. Yeah, I think it's a good sign. So it shows that the layer 2 thesis is sort of working. People are actually migrating off mainnet, which is expensive, which is kind of slow, onto layer 2s, right, which are supposed to be more efficient. People are building more apps and stuff like that. Obviously, the darling for Q3 is Base, right? That's run by Coinbase. They really, I think, had a very successful launch and then really surged ahead in terms of number of transactions. But people like Arbitrum and Optimism, which launched way earlier, have actually also seen pretty good traction and are still pretty dominant, right? So good signs, I think overall, and really I think since the start of the year, I think I say March or April, the total number of transactions on layer 2 have completely outstripped the transactions on mainnet itself. So this is all good for layer 2 adoption. Oh, I see Matthew there. So all the data come from you. So if it's wrong, it's his fault. Yeah, but yeah. But yeah, I think yeah. So pull this up. Yeah, just to give you guys an idea of where we are. And I think just the other thing to point out is probably like there are days now where a single layer 2, the number of transactions on a single layer 2 can completely outstrip the number of transactions on Ethereum already. We've seen that happen with Arbitrum, and we have now seen that happen with Base as well. So again, good news for layer 2s. Moving on a bit to DeFi, I believe this is a breakdown of TVL. So it's quite hard to measure DeFi. TVL is an interesting one. I tend to tell people it's not the best, but it's the best that we have in terms of trying to measure adoption of DeFi on different chains. It's interest. As you may expect, Ethereum is in the lead. It's about 70%. I think it says 69% as of September. And you see that beyond that, I think the other chains behind that are also EVM based, right? So it's a testament to the ecosystem. It's a testament, I think, to the success of Solidity and the whole EVM movement, where a lot of the development or a lot of the adoption of DeFi, I would say, is happening on one EVM chain or another, right? What I would point out is also interesting is you look at Ethereum and you see 70%, but actually it's because we count LSD as part of this TVL. So because of such a big adoption of LSDs, they make up a big chunk of this percentage, but it's about 20 odd percent. So if we actually strip that out, and I didn't chart it here, but if we strip that out, actually, we also do see DeFi TVL migrating off mainnet onto the layer 2s as well, right? So that is again good news. I would think good developments for the L2 narrative, I guess. Yeah. Overall, I think it's slightly down by 77.6%, not that big of a drop, I would say, compared to markets. Pretty much in line with market, but yeah, I think just interesting things I want to point out. The other thing that is sort of making a comeback, I would say, point out at this point is Solana. We are seeing a resurgence of that close to 1 year now after FTX collapsed, right? And Solana was very closely associated with FTX, but it seems like they have managed to survive the worst of that and are making a comeback. Also interesting is, Maker talking about now wanting to build a SVM, a Solana VM layer 2 on Ethereum, right? So it's going to be interesting how that's going to play out. From a breakdown in terms of sectors, okay, I'm running out of time, but okay. From a breakdown in terms of sectors, this is sort of the bubbles that you would expect to appear. I think no surprises that decentralized exchanges or AMMs are still the most popular sector within DeFi. And then followed by lending. I think LSDs, liquid staking has gotten pretty big as well. But the narrative this quarter was really oracles, right? Really saw significant growth. Most of you would have heard of Chainlink, right? I think doing a lot of good work. And that's also being reflected in the price, even though they are not the largest gainer. The largest gainer is something called Telor. Within the Oracle ecosystem. The other one are real world assets. I'm going to talk about that slightly in the next slide. But yeah, it's another emerging trend and emerging, I would say, segment within DeFi that we are tracking here at CoinGecko. Yeah. I want to point out two major trends in DeFi. I don't have charts for them, but hopefully give you an idea of sort of what's happening. You're going to hear from some of them outside as well later in the conference, either today or tomorrow. One of them is LSDFi. So since we have LSDs already, right, we have liquid staking tokens that are liquid, then they can be part of the Lego, right? So LSD is the main core primitive, and people are starting to build stuff on top of it. You can see the slides. I won't drain the slides. I think the main one is Pendle. I think TN's going to speak from Pendle, is it? Great. I think TN, which is one of the founders, is going to speak tomorrow. He'll be able to tell you more about that project. The other one that's pretty big is Libra. So on the top right corner, Libra is a LSD-based stablecoin. So it's a stablecoin that now is backed by LSDs and gives you the yield from those LSDs as well as sort of like an interest. So I think it has about 200 plus million TVL. Pendle is sort of 100 plus million. The other hot one obviously is EigenLayer. I think that's an emerging narrative as well. People are talking about restaking. So after you stake it once in the protocol, what else can you do? Can you stake it second time, stake it third time, stake it fourth time to use it to secure other apps, right? So that's also something that's quite interesting. The other thing to talk about is real world assets. Really, it's I think the continued integration, and I think continued integration of real world and what we call TradFi, right, traditional finance, with on-chain Web3, crypto and DeFi, right? So you can see the projects. Most of you probably familiar with PEXG, right? Those were the start of the just tokenizing gold. But really now, I think the big trend is on the far left corner, treasuries, right? On-chain treasuries. They now have about 665 million market cap on-chain. Surprisingly, I think it's the old guys, right? The traditional guys who are leading the charge. Franklin Templeton, which is one of the biggest asset managers in the world, is like half of that market cap. It's like, yeah, so I think to me, I think it's a huge validation of, the TradFi world starting to embrace more, right? Just when we thought like we're going to, where crypto, like DGen people are during winter, the TradFi guys have woken up, I think, and are starting to actually embrace this in a big way. The big names like JP Morgan, BlackRock, all have more or less talked about tokenization at some point, and you're going to see this sector, I think, grow even more. Talking about treasuries, I will point out that, I said about 665 million in TVL, in market cap. Half of that actually on Stellar, but the other half is pretty much on Ethereum itself. Yeah. NFTs, don't really want to talk about NFTs. It's sort of like punching down at the moment. Yeah, sorry about that, but I think pretty much it's one of the sectors that sort of boomed in 2021, right? And it's really going through its first bear market cycle. So I think people are still trying to figure out what to do with NFTs, beyond PFPs. We have seen some success. I know there are some Pudgies in the audience. Congrats to you guys. But by and large, I think market is down pretty bad. I think I didn't put up a chain breakdown chart, but I think you can see from the names. I mean, Blur is still in the lead, and OpenSea is close behind. Most of this are built on Ethereum. Oh, okay, 3 minutes. Okay, there is a timer. Okay, yeah, about to finish. So yeah, bad times for NFTs. Really, not much to see. But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the interest or a lot of the focus right now is really on Blur, right? And to a certain extent, its lending platform, Blend, right? And seeing how they will continue to duke it out for market share, whether continuously giving people airdrop of Blur tokens is going to work, or is just gonna all run out. The impact of it anyway is gonna run out at some point. Lastly, I think I want to close out. I have some slides on exchanges because these are still pretty important in our space. And this is a chart of spot centralized exchanges. I already mentioned that volumes are down by 20, are down this quarter. And on spot centralized exchanges, these are down by 20.1%. The big thing I will point out is Binance losing its market share now. It was always above 50% for a long time, but now this is the first quarter that it has fallen below 50%. Yeah. If we move on to the decentralized bits, I think maybe more relevant for Ethereum builders today. This is how the decentralized landscape for AMMs look. They are down a bit more compared to their centralized counterparts, about 31.2%. But you can see, I think, like Uniswap is the undisputed leader right now and has been for a long time. We aggregate this across different chains, so this is not just on Ethereum. So, multi-chain or cross-chain deployments of AMMs have been a recurring theme for a long time. And you're seeing that impact actually play out. They have been able to gather market share not just on Ethereum, but on places like Polygon, Arbitrum Optimism, and those things as well. So yeah. Other things to point out, not really. It's like, yeah. I think this is the last one, so just give me 30 seconds to wrap. Activity, right? So this is the last one. So it's the same chart from before. I just layer on a chain view instead of the individual protocols. I think no surprise that Ethereum is still dominant. You're seeing some of the effects, I think, of Arbitram's airdrop wear off, right? It was peak in April when the airdrop happened, and it sort of have moderated over time. And I think it's going to be interesting to see whether it can sort of hold on to its position as number 2, I would say, right? So it briefly overtook BSC, right, with a traditional, a more traditional number 2, but now they are pretty much neck and neck as of September. So yeah, this is the end. Quick summary. Like I said, going to be published in about 2 weeks. Do watch out for it on our website. Hopefully you guys are all CoinGecko users. If you have any questions, I guess I'm hanging around for a few more hours. But yeah, thanks, and pass on to the next guy.
Okay, round of applause for Zhong from CoinGecko for sharing so much insightful info. Okay, before we go on to the next speaker, I just have some information. The lunch venue, which is Fresco, will be open from 11:45, which is few minutes later. If any one of you want to go and grab an early lunch, because the official lunch actually starts at 1 p.m., but just in case there will be like a huge crowd. So, but please stay for the next talk. Because, just give me a second. We will have our Etherscan Pride, Kaven, to the stage to bring us and guide us through navigating the block explorer, Etherscan. All right, passing to Kaven.
Good morning, KL. It's a little bit nervous for me because both my bosses are in front of me. ETHKL is really special for me personally as well, and for the team. It's because we travel around the world and we speak at a couple of places as well, but nothing's like home because the people that built the amazing product that I'm going to share with you guys are all mostly sitting in a room, and some overseas as well. So yeah, I want to give big thanks to my team. They're all here. And without them, we don't have this amazing product that I'm going to share. Can I see a show of hands on how many of you actually use Etherscan on a daily basis? That's quite a lot. So yeah, most of the feature I think you guys will come about, but let me just go through with you guys as well. On Etherscan, on the Ethereum blockchain, there's many things happening. There's transactions, there are addresses, and on Etherscan, we had a couple of features that allow you to keep track on all these moving parts on the blockchain. The number one features that we have is watch list. So watch list allows you to follow a particular transactions or a particular address and to get notified on whatever activity that's happening in that particular address. So watch list is really good. You're able to see your colleagues, what are they doing, and what protocol or alpha that they are diving into watch list. Transaction private notes is something that I love a lot because I get forgetful at times. And if you are working on certain, or you're working on certain DeFi protocol, or you send some Ether where the Ether that you bought like ages ago, you can put like the value onto these transaction private notes. For example, you can put a what price are you buying at, or what price that you spend that particular Ether at under transaction private note to kind of keep track on what you actually did on that particular transaction. Private name tags are a really good one, where you're able to identify these addresses, and they will show up on the page, and you are able to keep track on this particular address instead of like XYZ. You can put like Joe and Wichuan and the Seaman and stuff like that, you know. Other than user features, on Etherscan, we have a lot of utility features as well. One of the biggest moving part in blockchain is gas. And on Etherscan, we had a very robust gas tracker system for you to know what fee that you should use. For example, if there is a mint and you want to get there faster, you want to make sure your transaction get included as soon as possible, gas tracker is the place. Take a look at the high gas fee, the quickest transaction speed, pay that amount, you'll probably get your mint very, very quick. Other than that, there are a lot of things happening in the blockchain as well. How we categorize them is through label word cloud. So label word cloud is a categorization features that we have for all the projects. Like for example, 1inch, Uniswap. When you pick them out, you're able to see all the addresses or all the contracts associated with that particular DeFi protocol, that particular projects. Label word cloud is very useful for you to kind of know what are the moving parts of that particular protocol or that particular DeFi. And token approval. Token approval is very important because if you participate in any protocol that allows them to move your token, it's a risk as well. Essentially, you're giving people permission to go inside your pocket and take out some of this token. So token approval will allow you to check your particular address and what tokens that you have approved different protocols at moving from moving your token. So this tool allows you to check which access you have given and also revoke them as you need. So this tool is very, very useful. I hope people use them more often so that you can understand who has access to your funds or who has the rights to move your funds. And if those you're not comfortable with, you can revoke them. For developers as well, can I see a hands of the developers here? Yep. So developers, we have a lot of developers tooling. We have our team here that works really, really closely with smart contract verification as well. So if you deploy anything onto the blockchain and to show people that your deployment or your contract is actually what it is doing, we have this smart contract verification tool. You're able to match your source code to the bytecode that you deploy on chain. And then that will give confidence to your users in terms of what your contract's actually doing. So this smart contract verification tool is awesome. We spent a lot of time to rectify it. So we support a lot of different proxies as well and some high-level standards that we introduce as well. The other is developer API. We have quite a robust API system and we recently updated to the docs as well. You're able to use the API, use the data stream, and then build out your own product. There is also the contract difference checker. Like for example, you have a couple of similar DeFi protocols that are being introduced you by somebody. You would want to know what is the difference between both of them, what they are doing differently. So you can use this tool to compare both source code and then understand exactly what you are going into and understand what a project is actually doing. Okay, moving on to some of our advanced feature. One of them that we introduced recently is the advanced filter feature, where it gives you very, very granular filtering options from addresses, from method IDs, from transaction types, even the amount you're able to filter. This tool is really, really helpful for me personally as well, because if you interact with a lot of protocol, if you interacted with a lot of addresses, you would want a summary or want a filter to kind of look at the address that you're interacted with, how many of them that has actual value, and you can go back and search, and you can also search other addresses as well. Yeah, so you don't need to be very technical to use this filter. It's just a couple of clicks away. And it's really, really quick. Our team focus on performance as well. So this tool, it's really good if you guys want speed and want performance. Other than that, AI has been a talking point as well. So we utilize AI to help users. So Code Reader uses OpenAI language model, and it understands a smart contract thoroughly. So you could ask Code Reader any questions like, what does this contract do, and how can I? Is there a owner function, or is there a whitelist function? And the contract will answer you. But and the Code Reader will answer you. PSA, it's the results are informational, so please do a couple more research before you decide onto something while using Code Reader. Our latest product is also the metadata API. So this one is actually very, very helpful, is because you're able to use our API to return a status of a particular address. So this one is very helpful in terms of, for example, if you are building an application and you are interacting with addresses, you would want to know if this addresses is clean, or if this addresses is associated with certain hacks or phishing previously. You could use our metadata API to check an address or check any label associated to that address, and then you can get a better clarity on what is happening, and yeah, basically stay safe with our metadata API. So we also returns label. You can also understand that, oh, okay, this address is in what particular category. Yeah. To wrap it up, we introduced a tool page. This tool page will have all the tools that I mentioned and more of it that you can. It's consolidated in one page. It's easier for you to jump across and explore. Yeah, I think that's about it. I'm open for questions if anybody has any.
Any questions from the floor? It's a good chance to ask Kaven question, since you guys are here.
Oh, yeah, there's one up there.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for giving a very informative talk on Etherscan. So my name is Clement. I'm a DeFi user. I've been in crypto, I think, the past 1 to 2 years. So Etherscan has been one of the first tools that I used to look at all the transactions. But I think over the past year or two, we've seen more and more analytics tool for wallet to view transactions such as Dbank, Zapier, and a few other. I was just wondering if maybe Etherscan have any intention or plans to make it maybe more, I would say, new user friendly, because people who started out with Etherscan are obviously very familiar. But for new users who are coming in 1 week ago, 1 month ago, or maybe in the future, may not be as familiar with Etherscan. So just thinking maybe whether Etherscan has plans for something like that.
Yes, definitely. We had plans in terms of making it easier for users to kind of understand the transaction, understand blockchain. But at the same time, we would also like to provide relatively clear and clarity to different pages on Etherscan, like for example, address, transactions. Onboarding is relatively quick. You go to your address, you understand different transactions, you understand everything that comes in. It provides very, very detailed, clear information for people to digest. Analytics-wise, we do have our analytics tab, so you're able to check things out. But yes, to answer your question, we have plans to make things much more user-friendly.
Okay, I'll see you guys in a few minutes' time. continue chit-chatting.
Any more
with your neighbor,
questions?
And we'll be back soon.
This one down here.
Hi. Yeah, so I'm with Hedera, which is an EVM compatible network, but it also has like a different accounts and transactions model. So so for example, EVM transactions are just one type of transaction, and you have like maybe 20 different other type of transactions as well. So is there any plans for Etherscan to support, you know, I guess like a different type of transactions model? That would imply things like when token transfers occur, it's not necessarily queryable from JSON RPC. So, you know, that has implications on the ingest as well. So where are you at with things like that?
Okay, so in order for us to read transaction, of course, transaction coming in from nodes, it's very, very important. Like, for example, if there's an event happening, that's where we capture all this data. We have experience in working with different transaction type like XC20 from the Moonbeam ecosystem. So yeah, we do work with different type of transactions. So if you would like to explore for Hedera, we are open for discussion.
Okay, thanks.
Right. Oh, one more, Josh.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh from CreditCoin. So my question will be, with the code reader feature that we just saw just now, and also the earlier presentation by CoinGecko, where there's a lot of outflux of DeFi, TVL. So the important question is, will the code reader has the ability for anyone to actually put the code of any DeFi project so that it allows people like DeFi enthusiasts, before they put their money in, will this feature allow them to make better decision whether a DeFi platform is good to go or not? Because I think recent year you see a lot of smart contract exploits and rug. So will this feature actually reduce such risk?
Okay, the code reader function actually reads the entire source code and basically outline the function to you. So the question that you ask is very important. If you ask an open general question, of course, it wouldn't answer you like, is this the best to invest in? No, it wouldn't answer you. But if you ask specific question like, does it has a owner locked function, or does it has a function that basically lock your funds?
Yeah, of course, the question is not about should I invest. It's more like understanding the risks within this platform or whatsoever.
Yeah, so it comes back to the question that you asked. If you ask some security question, very specific security question, it could answer you. But like I said, you have to do your own more research into it. It helps you. It is a tool that helps you. But at the end of the day, you have to make more informed decision by studying more on that.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
We still have time. Any more questions for Kaven?
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, I think that's about it. It's lunchtime. I'm a little bit hungry, so yeah. Thanks.
All right, round of applause for our Kaven.
Ross, it's a pleasure and honor to be your MC today. The first time I MC'd for ETHKL was a virtual. We were doing everything virtual during COVID, so I'm very happy that we get to do a nice big physical event. In fact, this is the first Ethereum conference in Malaysia. So give yourself a big round of applause.
Okay, we are just getting ready for the panel session next. So can get a quick 3 to 5 minutes break if you want. All right, welcome back from the break. We will be starting our panel session now. Okay, for now, the topic will be designers in Web3. So let's welcome our moderator, Harith, and our precious designers, Izuddin from Jupiter Meteora, Jaha from our Etherscan, and Phil from Airfoil Studio. Round of applause, please.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys, for coming to this panel. I'll just kick things off right away. I like to start this kind of panel with getting to know the actual people here. For a lot of people here, especially who are designers in Web 2, they might be looking for inspiration on like how to get into this journey, jump into this rabbit hole of Web 3 design. And I think all three of you had experience in Web 2 before you jumped in. And so the first start, I think it'd be really cool to get your story on how you started in this space. So Izuddin, if you don't mind, you can start sharing how you got into this space and kind of what it's been like.
Hello, my name is Izuddin. I'm from Jupiter and Meteora. We're doing EVM and DEX in Solana. So I was at Petronas doing design system, leading the design system. We set like the standards for Petronas digital apps. Okay. Back then I was looking for a remote job, and then I was also pushed to be like managerial role, which we are only doing slides, not design. And then yeah, I don't want to go to management role, so I'm looking for like crypto stuff. I mean, because yeah, I had like few interviews at CoinGecko, PancakeSwap, and all other stuff. And then Xiong found me. I mean, yeah, he know that I'm looking, so so I get the job. Yeah. Yeah.
Should I? I'll just pass it on. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be back in Malaysia. My name is Phil Hedayatnia. I'm co-founder of a company called Airfoil. So the quick claim to fame for us is that we've worked on product design, branding, go-to-market strategy across 150 plus projects in crypto, including working with the folks at Uniswap, at Near Foundation, Solana Labs, Ava Labs, and many more. My story, it's clear, it's quite evident that I'm not from here. I grew up in the US in a small town, and I started doing hackathons growing up. So I started off as an engineer and product manager, working on a variety of projects. And then I ended up starting a job search platform in the US called Solver IQ. We sold that company in 2018, and then I joined a VC where I was in kind of a head of platform role, where my job was to connect founders with product designers and creative talent that they could work with. And that's where I started to see some of the pain points that led me to want to work on Airfoil, as well as started to dive into crypto and understand that the technology was really powerful, but the experiences were really, really hard to use. So I think for my background as a designer, it's been a bit untraditional because I've been an engineer, I've been a product manager, and I've also worked on product design for the better part of a decade. What really made it click for me was this. I used to think that I wouldn't do design because I never really thought of myself as an artistic person, and I kind of thought that design always had to be something that people that had a knack for kind of the arts would take on. But I've come to understand it's very different than that. And in reality, like, while art is an important piece of the process, I think it's really about psychology. Design is similar to communication. It is understanding what is going on in your user's head and then presenting them with something that they're going to understand based on that. And so I realized that it was something that I cared very deeply about. I enjoyed more than other things that I did because it's like cracking a puzzle almost. You need to figure out what you can put out there that's really going to ultimately succeed. And then that plus the mission of crypto that I'm very, very aligned with. Just made it a logical fit, and then started Airfoil 3.5 years ago, and rest is history.
Thanks, Phil. And can we get Jaha?
Hey everyone. My journey started a little bit like more than 10 years ago. So back then there were not much UI design solutions and resources on the web. So and then I started creating some UI components, like reusable UI components and template themes, like different kind of solutions for developers. And it got getting tractions and started getting like more popular and popular. So that kind of gave me an opportunity to work with different companies and for some years. So then eventually that led me to kind of join to Etherscan, and so that's a kind of small journey that I took for blockchain space.
Can you elaborate a little bit more? Like, how did that entry into Etherscan happen?
Entry. So I was working with many companies because of the products. So as a clients, and so we had some kind of like ongoing like communication with Etherscan team, like helping some redesigning the product, and that's kind of like started like from that point, and it's been like for I think like 5-6 years ago. Yeah. So.
And I think I'll do one mini question for Izuddin because you mentioned Petronas, and I think out of all three of you, you probably had like the most extreme difference between the previous life and the current life. So maybe can you explain a little bit what the work life or cultural differences are in working in a company, a huge company like Petronas, is working in a kind of plucky Web3 startup?
It's very different because it's very corporate. I was also the first designer for Grab when we were still small. It's called My Taxi before that, and my background is from engineering, like telecommunication engineering, and then I drop out, and then I went to interview, and then I get a job for front-end developer. Then at Grab, I was forced to do design, and then from there, I started become a designer, and then I worked at like very different industry. I work at IoT, e-commerce, and it's nothing much different. It's for Petronas, it's just the culture. We don't really do the design much. We just like approving design. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that gets to one of the main questions for this panel, and probably one question that can take half hour just to answer. So I think a lot of people here probably be wondering as well, like, what is a huge difference between doing design or UI UX in Web 2 versus Web 3? Yeah, we can start with Phil.
Sure. I'll dive in on that. So I've been asked this question a lot, and my short answer is I don't think there's much of a difference, but I'll explain why I'm saying that. I think that a lot of times we assume that there is a substantial difference. So let me give you an example. Across most DeFi protocols today, the way that you authenticate as a user and begin to use it, right, is you go to the top right of the screen, you click Connect Wallet, pop-up shows up on your device, you press approve, and then you jump into the application itself. I think that's a horrible way to onboard to a new product, right? And there's a reason for that, right? It's because onboarding is not just about collecting a username and password. It's importantly about priming the user to be able to have a successful experience. That's why you may have seen if you log into a website and you have on one side, you have the login form, and on the other side, you have a testimonial from a happy user, or you have links to documentation, or you have guides, you have things like that. There's a reason for that. It's because it's not about maximizing the number of people who click the button to sign in. It's about maximizing the number of people who ultimately have a good experience with the product. And if you jump directly into a DeFi protocol and then are presented with a bunch of buttons, things to click, but no guides on how to do it, save for go to the Git book and then go read through the documentation, which users aren't going to get to use, they're going to click away, right? I think ultimately crypto has a bit of a bubble effect, which is that it's a large enough bubble that probably the primary way I pay my friends back for dinner is with crypto today. Because I can live in that, right? I work in this industry, we all do. And so we're all surrounded by people that use these tools on a regular basis. But it is a bubble where most people in the world don't have that experience and aren't already onboarded. And so when they begin using our products, it's almost like the experience is only as strong as its weakest link. So I think we need to pull a lot of that stuff back in, right? Really think through user flows end to end as if the user has no prior context. Continue to provide them with context and reasons to be there. I've called it in the past raising their health bar, because it's almost like you throw them power-ups in a video game. One wallet that I really like, for example, is Glow Wallet on Solana, because when you onboard to the wallet for the first time, instead of just jumping you straight into your brand new wallet, it has this cool onboarding experience that is a wallet that like turns and falls through space, and then it like says thank you for like downloading Glow, and it presents you with like a moment of delight. All of those details matter, and that's all stuff we know in Web 2. It's all stuff that Grab does, but it's not stuff that most crypto companies do, and I think we need to.
And Jaha?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of like in Web2 the UI flows and the user interface is more established, like comparing to I would say like in Web3. So like because it involves like extra layer like interactions like transaction, maybe even sometimes hardware, wallets, and kind of stuff. So it's kind of like from that perspective, I would say it's a little bit different. And Web3, I think is the designs are more like modular. So for example, like maybe because there's it's just growing. So maybe in future, so we're gonna see more and more like different these designs as well. So what I mean when modular, so for example, like when you go like certain dApps like Uniswap or anything, so you might see that like swap or something. So like or like even like connecting wallet. So somehow you will experience this with different dApps. Yeah. Oh.
Then
Yep. For me, I think it's a bit straightforward. Once you know what you are solving, it's pretty much it's very easy. The maybe new stuff is something like new design components that is not in Web 2, like probably like wallet and then like transaction. Transaction is very straightforward. Swapping and all that. You need to like create new design components. Other than that, it's very straightforward. But I was trying to bring more Web to designers. They are very scared. They thought like you need to learn a lot. Like you need to learn a lot of technical stuff to do Web3 design. So, but it's not actually.
And I think the kind of the two of you hinted at this kind of transactions or making like interacting with a blockchain that's not in your control, right? Whereas in Web 2, everything is in your own servers. So that goes to my question. My next one is, what would be some of the major challenges that you faced in your entire time in Web 3 from a UI UX point of view when having to deal with or interact with blockchains? And how has that shaped your design for your products? We can start with Jaha maybe.
So I would say for like most common UX challenge, like Phil mentioned, like onboarding users. So it's kind of like not very straightforward, especially who comes from like different like and apps and Web 2 world. So one of the most major UX challenge I would say so is onboarding users and terminologies like the blockchain users. So most of the time they are new even, so it doesn't exist like in Web 2. And in a blockchain level, so the complexity of the technology also, so which a lot of like details like transactions, like blocks, etc., etc. Yeah, I think mostly I would say this one.
And Phil?
A want to avoid rehashing because I agree with all of that. Maybe I would put it as portraying the added friction of blockchain as something that actually helps the user. So, one challenge that I think we faced, for example, is explaining to a user who's onboarded on one chain why they ought to onboard to another as well, right? So to just give you an example of that, we do increasingly more and more consumer crypto work in Vietnam, but the Vietnamese market had two blockchains that took a very early lead, right? So BSC, Binance Smart Chain, and Tron. And so you have a lot of people that have onboarded to those two, but haven't onboarded to others. So when we're working with, let's say, the Aptos or Sui team or Solana team, they have to come in and convince people not just to onboard to crypto, but to also download probably a brand new wallet. And so that's really hard to explain because in reality, there isn't really a good reason that the end user should invest their time, right? There often isn't. Most of the time, the added value of a different chain is more on the developer side than it is on the end user side. So what we try to do is we try to make it exciting by showing the user what's on the other side of that additional friction. If we're talking about, let's say, a music NFT marketplace, we worked on one called Sound.xyz, and one very common thing that we would do is mention to the artists how they were being treated, let's just say, treated badly by the traditional music industry, and saying, if you want to own your own music, if you want to own your own rights, and want to support that ethos, right, then you should use Sound.xyz. But that's a continuous problem. What I really hope will happen is either we have more multi-chain solutions and multi-chain wallets that will make this abstract this away from the user, or just candidly that we'll see more consolidation over time so that the user experience overall gets better.
Yeah, for me, I think my challenges is understanding what we are doing. Let's say for DeFi, we have pools. Pools have like different kind of pools. We have basic AMM, CLMM, DLMM. You need to study each of that. Yeah, for me, okay. When I first joined my current company, the first like 1 or 2 weeks, I was like, what is this guys talking about? so I catch up by reading Medium articles, YouTube, and CoinGecko books. It helps. My team also helped me. Where else? Yeah. You just need to know what you're building. So other than that, it's pretty.
All right, so next I have like a couple of specific questions for each of you. We'll start with Jaha. So I think people commonly say this about Etherscan, that it's not the most sexy design out there. I think one part of that is there is a huge scale that Etherscan needs to handle. So what are your thoughts on how, well, maybe you can answer the first question first, like whether or not you even agree that the design is not very good looking, and whether that matters, and how do you handle that large scale that Etherscan has?
Regarding the design, I think it's design like a very subjective topic. So everyone likes something, so it's very subjective. But overall, for Etherscan is the data analytics platform. So where it works with huge data sets. So our goal, like as a design and product, so we should make sure that we don't overwhelm users with all the very complex terminologies, maybe like the data, extra data stuff. And at the same time, we have to take into account different type of users as well. Like, so some might be retail users, some might be traders, some might be like developers. So when you deal like different type of group of user bases, so you have to take into account like more like conservative design style, I would say. So for this is for design part. For regarding the scaling, so I can say like maybe like in general, like in any design, like even in Web 2, Web 3. So the general stuff is so using like reusable components that like to make it like your UI is like consistent across like different pages. So like because like any minor change might affect like a huge user base. So it's a consistency is very important. For the Etherscan specific like huge data analytic platform, it's important to consider that kind of not overwhelming basically the data stuff. Yeah.
And yeah, so you mentioned like a lot of users can be angry when you have so much scale. So like if there's 100 million users, 1% is still 1 million,
Yeah,
and that's
true.
a lot of angry users that you have to deal with.
Yeah, and I think we shouldn't take that as from the angry point. I think we should look into that as a feedback. So and try to improve. For example, like when we launched it this year, slightly redesigning the Etherscan. So we had a lot of feedback, and I think we addressed it like most of them. So I think we should look into as like more like gathering like feedback and addressing the user experience overall.
Right, thanks, Jaha. Next is Izuddin. You not only run not just not a DEX, but a DEX aggregator, and a DEX aggregator on Solana, which is a chain that maybe some Ethereum people are not as familiar with. What are some unique experiences with the UI UX that you've had to deal with that you can share with people who are here?
So we probably have like 4 different type of user. The first type is like very pro users. Mostly, most of them are developers. And second type is degen. Third type is probably one is familiar with blockchain, and the fourth type is normies who are very new. So our job, Jupiter job, is to import these people to Solana and protect them as much as possible. Yeah, we need to balance the UI to be like very easy to use for normies. Yeah, and protect them from, let's say, during the meme coin. Let's say that there's a token called King, and at that time we have like 4 or 5 different tokens with similar name. And then yeah, we try to create like token list to protect. Okay, so this is the correct token, and then maybe in future, okay, for each token, maybe we could have like what is the volume, what is like for the amount in each pool for each. And yeah, generally DEX is a bit easier than doing EMM, because EMM is like very technical. You need to know, yeah, the DLMM stuff is very technical. DEX is like very straightforward. You can do perps, you can do limit order, what else? DCA stuff. It is very straightforward. You almost see that thing every day. So yeah, not much challenge on that part. So yeah.
And for Phil, you've mentioned earlier you work with a bunch of projects in the space. What are some maybe interesting stories or design challenges that you've had to deal with working with all these different types of projects?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was thinking about the best example to talk about, and apologies because I know it's ETHKL, but I have to give a Solana example in this case because I think it was a very interesting project. So I know that at the beginning I mentioned how design may include art, but it's not necessarily art, right? It's a process of understanding users. And that is also a little bit more meta than just the UI UX itself. It also has a lot to do with strategy. So who here has used the Solana blockchain before? You raise your hand. Okay. Who here has used Solana Pay before? Okay. Unfortunately, only one, but I'll tell you the story of Solana Pay. So we were brought in by the Solana Labs team because they were like, hey, we know that as a very fast and efficient blockchain, we want to promote the usage of USDC for payments on Solana. But the problem is, as Solana Labs, we don't know how far we can actually go, right? So we're getting Expedia Group, Steve Aoki's team came to them, music labels came to them, MasterCard and Visa, and you may have recently heard about the Visa partnership. Was 2 years in the works. So they all came to Solana Labs saying, hey, we want to do something with USDC payments in Solana, but we don't know what. So the Labs team thought about, should we do a wallet ourselves? No, but then we're really stepping on Phantom and Glow. We don't want to do that. We don't want to step on community projects. And so it was unclear what to do. So they brought us in to talk with all the partners and figure something out. So what we ended up doing was 2 things. We released this design kit to showcase what you could do with payments on Solana and QR-based payments on Solana that we released for the big hackathon that Solana hosted last year to begin getting community projects to begin to build. Simultaneously, we worked with their team to put together an SDK that any wallet developer could use to integrate into their application. And so we put the tech out there, and then we showed some very interesting use cases. We did this event in San Francisco at a cafe where we had Shiraz Sher on the Solana team come in and make payments using QR, press releases, stuff like that. So we kind of just planted the idea in everyone's minds, like, hey, this is a really good use case that you should begin building on. And by the way, here's everything that you need. That doesn't sound like a design project per se, but I would say it's very much a design project. And in this case, our users weren't the end users. Our users or our customers were all of the developers and all of the partners that needed to be convinced in order to build on Solana. And instead of leveraging just UI and UX, also we had to design the copywriting. We also had to design websites. We also had to design our messaging and promotion strategy, all of that. It's the same stuff, even if some of it is traditionally considered design and some of it isn't. The result of that today is that now, Solana Labs has a major partnership with one of the largest credit card processors. It may have taken 2 years to do it, but it shows the value that can come from working backwards from what your users need and thinking a little bit outside the box on how to actually design solutions for them.
Right, thanks, Phil. So as I understand it, we have time for more Q&A questions. So feel free if anyone in the audience wants to ask. Oh, I see one hand there first. Can I get a volunteer to pass this mic?
Sorry, who was?
Hi, I'm Iman from Etherscan, the UI UX designer. So, question to the panels. So, as designers in Web3, how do we attract and onboard more designers in the Web3 space? Question to the panels.
I've thought on this, but I don't want to take too much time. So I think there's a few problems that we need to solve. First of all, a lot of people think, as I believe you mentioned earlier, Web3 is too complex. It's too difficult to understand. In addition, there's frankly been so many scams that a lot of people associate the entire industry with scams, and we have to fight that very, very actively. And I don't think we often do enough to do so. But I'll start with this. I think that we need to recognize that we have a dearth of great product designers in Web3. We need more. And so hire people without Web3 experience and train them. That's not a great answer for an early stage startup, but especially more established companies, I think, need to take the initiative to hire more junior and mid-level talent and help mentor them and support them, right? So I can say at Airfoil, we try to do this as much as we can. A lot of folks that have joined us, even joined us in the early days, including 2 of our first 20 staff are both based in KL, still are here. Both of them started as junior designers at Airfoil and then made their way up the ranks. But part of the reason that that's very important to us is that we want those people to go lead projects down the road. What I often see, though, even in larger companies in crypto, is they sort of say, we want to do the what's called the Netflix model, which is we only hire senior people and that's it. And we have just a few of them. Hey, Stripe had only 2 product designers and it's for 100 employees, and that was good enough for them. I think there's a consequence on the entire space of taking that attitude. And I also just think, frankly, that hire the people that you admire their design sense the most and trust that if you give them a couple months to get up to speed, and support them along the way, they're going to do a great job.
I think that organizing like these events helps a lot. So like hackathons and this kind of like blockchain based events. So I feel it's one of the best way to onboard like designers and developers to the ecosystem.
Yeah, for me, introducing them to like good companies is important because for new designers, I mean for Web2 designers, they thought like our company may can like survive 6 months or 10 months or something because maybe we don't have money or something. That is like their concern. So I think maybe it's good to explain to them that we have this much cash and then all that survivability lah. Okay. What else? Okay. Hackathon. Maybe we could do like product hackathon, not just developer hackathon. Maybe you could do like Figma design prototype for designers like for Web3 products. Yeah, that's my suggestion.
So maybe that's one feedback for ETHKL organizers. So we have a next question from Matt.
Hi, I'm Matt from Etherscan. So this is more of a generic question, right? And not specifically for Web3, but I think like looking at everyone here, right? I mean, you guys have a lot of experience in doing what you're doing. You're subject matter experts. But taking it down one step, right? When you talk about UI, UX, right? No, it's like UI, UX. So where does UI and UX differentiate itself, and where does it overlap? So how do you define UI, UX?
And sure, who wants to go first? All right, Jaha.
I think so the UX part I think like it might be quite different than comparing the like web 2. So overall, like my take about the UX and blockchain is more like from the technical aspects, where for example like those like interactions, flows, steps to kind of like reduce and make it to end user easier. But nowadays, like we can see a lot of development is going like in Ethereum, especially in Ethereum community, like account abstractions kind of stuff. So kind of it cuts the layers of like different extra steps. So from the UI side, I would say it's mostly follows the Web 2, but then like it also like adds a little bit like extra like terminologies, maybe kind of stuff. So that, and as a designers and products, so we should make sure that it's easy to understand for end users when they use the product.
Yeah. I think UI is a subset of UX. So yeah, maybe we can do, for me, we do like UI stuff, but UX is like everyone's responsibility in the team. Yeah, maybe it can be led by the designers, but for us, like Jupiter and Meteora, everyone is like taking the responsibility of better UX. Yeah.
The last thing I'll say on that is I think these terms are, to your point, I think these terms are blurring together over time. I mean, think about like 10 years ago, I feel like most engineers would probably categorize themselves as like, I'm mostly a backend engineer, mostly a front-end engineer. And these days, most people are full stack, right? They may have a particular focus that is the thing that they're best at, but generally speaking, the expectation is that they can tackle any of those things if need be. I think that's very true in design as well. Part of this has to do with tooling. 10 years ago, the way that you would design a website is you would go in Photoshop and you would simply design the visuals. And there would be a very big gulf between what the designer would hand off and what the engineer would have to ultimately build. But little by little, that's been coming closer and closer together. When we started using Sketch instead of Photoshop or Illustrator, then you had the ability to create component libraries that you would just reuse over and over again to create rules. With Figma, now you can actually do CSS output. And now there's more and more plugins that can output to front-end code. So little by little, we're bringing those things together. I think where we're headed is really this. Somebody needs to drive the experience, and that includes understanding which features ought we be developing, right? What are our users complaining about? What can we prioritize? And one person has to work on handoff and systems. So there's a term that we use called design systems. It basically means you create a component library once. Your buttons, your tooltips, your font sizes, your colors, you set all of those in advance, and then you reuse them across the interface and don't modify them unless you absolutely need to. Now, why do you do that as a designer? Because if you make any changes, an engineer then has to go make those changes, right? The way an engineer would implement it is they would implement all the components first and then assemble the application later. So I can say that in the way that we run projects, we tend to have one person that's sort of running out in front, creatively coming up with ideas and rapidly prototyping them, testing them, all of that. And then we have one person that looks at what's come out of that process, looks at the existing front-end library, and begins to weigh, hey, that little thing that you threw into your UI, is that really necessary? That's adding 3 days of engineering time. Or, hey, that's a little inconsistent with the design system. Let's straighten that up. Or let's make changes to the design system, and ultimately guides it to implementation.
We have one question over here.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your knowledge and time. My name is Izo. I've been involved with blockchain development since 2018, doing private and public projects. So my challenge number one when it comes to onboarding normies, as you define, is the explanation of the private key, public key, cryptographical back here. What is your thoughts on how to make the UI UX more smooth to onboard the normies and to make it easy to understand? If you are doing any efforts on this direction, or in this time, it doesn't matter anymore. Something that I have seen, I don't know if you have used French.tech, is that they just connect a Google account with a blockchain account, and you don't even see anything related to the public keys. You just click accept and decline. It is the direction that you personally think that you should take, or what are your thoughts on that regards? Thanks.
So that's a little bit tough, because I think the friend.tech approach, I think my concern is around, it's really easy to hack social accounts. And I still think it's pretty easy for somebody's accounts to get compromised. But what I really think it comes down to is this. Everybody should have many wallets, not one. The idea that you have one wallet that you use across all your applications also means you have one single point of failure. And if we really want crypto to be the way people pay for things, collect digital assets, get their paychecks from work, then that's not really secure enough, I think, for the average user. But think about in your everyday life the way that you would use a wallet. I've got some money in my wallet right now, not very much. Why? Because somebody could go pickpocket me on the street and take it. And importantly, I don't want to lose, 1,000 USD if I had that in my wallet. That would make no sense, right? So we make certain decisions over where we store our money and financial assets today based on relative levels of security. We say, I want my paycheck in the bank. I want my day-to-day spending money in my pocket. Maybe I want some more cash at home, right? I think the same thing is true with crypto. For most consumer crypto applications, I think we should go full friend.tech approach and just hide everything, right? So there's an app called Even that built on Polygon, and they allow you to buy NFT versions of the first albums that artists release. So you can support artists you care about by buying their first releases. I've bought a lot on Even. I love it. The point of Even is not reselling anything. Like, you're not making money buying on Even. No one makes money on Even other than the artist. The reason you buy is to support the artist and get a closer relationship with the artist. So does Even need to really care deeply about security? I would argue no, because there's just not much value transacting on it. And that's by design, right? I think where I get more uncomfortable with friend.tech is because the point of friend.tech, in a way, if we're being honest, is to get rich. And so there is going to be a lot of money running through friend.tech. And so there are serious risks to people doxing themselves. The other thing that I'm following right now that I think is really interesting is the social recovery wallet. So we worked on one social recovery wallet already. The idea is basically that it's using homomorphic encryption. You can have a series of friends that can go help you recover your wallet for you when multiple of them agree that your wallet ought to be recovered, without it actually showing or revealing private keys. I am not sure that it's going to work exactly as planned, because I think the idea that you get a group of friends together to help you recover your wallet involves you asking people to do a lot of work for you, and I just don't think people will do that. But where I think that's really valuable, we've seen some very interesting stablecoin projects in both Africa and Latin America where local currencies are incredibly unstable. And so if you could have an entire community that could, for itself, operate systems to recover your own wallet, that could be really special. But speaking about design for a moment, I also think that's why we need to actually design these products more for those communities. I do not think that it makes any sense to come into markets with developed and highly efficient financial systems and try to compete with those systems. The vast majority of people in the world don't live in countries where that's true, and so I think we should be designing our interfaces for them. As somebody who's, my family's from Colombia, there's almost no products in crypto that support the Spanish language. And those are in countries where you'll see, 50% inflation in a given year. Those are exactly where we should be focusing, and I don't think we do often enough.
So thanks for the answer, Phil. Do we have more questions from the crowd? Please.
Okay, hi everyone, I'm Liang. I have a question for Phil. I like how you mentioned about design is not only about art, but also a form of communication. And we talk about communication, it is two ways, right? So I'm curious, how do you communicate, or how do you know whether this design is truly communicating with users or not? And also, there are cases for example, Izuddin and Jaha, their websites has multiple type of users. How can you make a design that communicate with different group of people? So there's two questions here. First is, how do you make sure it's really communicating, the communication happens? And second is, how can we accommodate different type of users in one place? Thank you.
Got it. So short answer is user testing, but I want to give you a tip that might be helpful to approaching that. So you may have noticed that a lot of times you'll get to a landing page, and then very quickly you'll see a section that's like for investors, or a section that's like for enterprise or something like that. Here's why people are doing that. It's because if you have one page and you try to cater to everybody, you're not going to cater to everybody. You're going to lose everybody. And that's always the challenge that as a designer you're trying to solve. So the idea is you want to pull people away who need their own separate experience as fast as you possibly can, so that you can then give them the optimal experience for them. So it's if you have a big pool of users that are highly, highly diverse, what you want to do is try to separate them into groups as quickly as possible, give them their own individual experiences so they have the best. And I would say, yeah, I think that's my most practical piece of advice on how to really go about that.
Thanks for the answer, Phil. I think we had a couple questions somewhere over here earlier. Okay, so the guy in the white sweater. And was there another raised hand? Can I just check while we're waiting? One over here.
I can just add on, if no questions, I can just add on to the follow-up. I think one of the best way, what you can do is you can use the product, and especially in blockchain, so it allows you to kind of use it and experience it, and to feel it, and based on that, you can also test your thoughts and the design flows. So it's not like in Web2 projects, so you're building maybe a completely different kind of product that you're not able to use and experience the product. But at this stage, so I think you can use mostly any dApps and kind of get experience and understand the needs. So overall, yeah.
All right. Can we get the next question?
Yep. Hi, I'm Faris. I'm not in the I'm not from Etherscan or from the the Web3 environment. I'm from banking, digital banking, and the typical issue that we have in Web2 right now, especially when it's already mature, is that it's very polarizing in the way that when it comes to design, you want to be careful not to design the product as a banker from your point of view, and at the same time, you don't want to listen too much to the customer, because then it would drag your design here and there. So my question is to Web3, do you think, maybe it's two questions then. The first one is, do you think you listen enough to your user yet? And second, are you willing to listen to your user, or you think you're still at the stage where you need to be the one that's leading how the product should be designed? If you get what I mean.
Yeah, maybe I think we should balance that. Of course, we should lead, and whilst we are still doing, we get a feedback from our current iterations. Like Jupiter, we have like a few hundred iteration of swap form, like 600 right now. Yeah, we have been collecting feedback, doing research. So let's say we are introducing perps, new product. So we have like a few Solana people testing our products, and while we are doing that, we gather their feedbacks. Yeah, I think it's very important to balance that, not to lead like short sneedy something, and then yeah.
Yeah, can I agree on it? So but both I think it's both is true. Because at some point, so you have to create and be kind of the first and create, like, figure out how it works and visualize it. So then when you iterating the flows, the design, like the features, so then definitely you have to gather the feedback and work on it. So I think that's true at the time, both of them.
All right, and that's all the time we have. So thanks everyone for asking your questions. Please give the panelists a round of applause. And I think we had a couple more questions or raised hands earlier. So after this, you can come and talk to the panelists and ask them directly in person. And we are at about almost 1. So I'll let Joe update everyone.
So basically, the next speaker is not able to make it, so we can have an early lunch. Or you could actually go to JC1 for talk until 1 p.m. because the session is until 1. So for those who are hungry, you may proceed for lunch, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. All right.
Blend Glue Cahaya Pro Age dengan 70 kali collagen untuk kulit muda berseri. anything tasty?
Tyson chicken, of course.
You sure?
Deeply marinated with garlic, pepper, and shoyu. So crunchy.
So tasty.
Tyson chicken karaage in Japanese style. Tasty beyond expectation.
I say yes.
Welcome back, people. How's everyone's lunch? Sleepy soon, I guess. For food coma. We will start in about a minute. Just let everyone to settle in and yeah. Okay, we shall start. All right, let's welcome Francesco from MetaMask to share with us the experience of building a universal Web3 interface. All right. Applause.
Sounds good. Awesome, awesome. Thanks, guys. How are you? Oh, cool. We have the slides on the right, on the left. Cool. So, how many developers are here in the room? Let's see some heads. How many develop on Flask? So cool. So I know a little bit like how tune in like the talk. Yeah. So how many of you heard about Snaps first? So because we launched Snaps on prod like a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, it's super exciting. But I mean, like, yeah, if you build a Snap before that, like you were actually like using Flask, and yeah, so we're super exciting. So this is a general talk. So I actually recorded also the demos because I know demos break on live presentations. So it will not be possible. But we just want to talk a little bit more high level. Why Snaps is not just about Snaps. It's more like the full vision around wallet development and unleashing like permissionless innovation and giving like the power to anybody out there, third-party developers, companies, to actually build open source feature extension on top of like layers, right? And it happens to be that we are covering the wallet ecosystem, but I think the same methodology like will be kind of can be applied for any infrastructure level. So yeah, I'm Francesco. I'm part of the DevRel and community team, and for the past, I think, 8 years, I've been into developer communities, and yeah, I'm giving a bunch of like workshops, but mostly important like yeah, trying to connect developers with like cool tooling and being fully, let's say, unleashing their kind of power for in hackathons and more. Also, like how to stay involved in the ecosystem, right, with grants and just further develop their product from like zero kind of to hero. Cool, let's start. So, and feel free to jump in if you guys have any questions or remarks or note or if you have any any problems with anything I'm saying. I'm super happy to like debate that and see what what is actually going on. I don't know if the clicker is working, but so first principle, user own account, right? So those are kind of the 5 things that I think like it matters for like wallet development, wallet security, but most important, like how user care on those principle, and that's where MetaMask, but just not MetaMask, Consensys in general. So MetaMask is Consensys is the parent company. So under Consensys you have like tooling from like Infura, Linea, like fully like ZK EVM, and obviously like MetaMask is one of them. So user own account is one of the big principle. When you want to build something, it's all about like users will own their identity. They want to have a fully ownership and be kind of like able to understand what actually transaction they're doing and how they're interacting with the extension. I don't know if many of you guys actually revoked access with a Google Chrome extension. I don't know. Raise your hand if you actually like know how to do that, because a lot of time I even didn't do it before. Like we have a lot of like Google Chrome extension that are actually like transacting while you're browsing, and actually no one is really caring about that. That's why like I think like users should be owning much more, not just their accounts, but their information and transaction. So user own accounts is one of the big principle. Second, accessible interface. You want to have obviously like a customizable and comprehensible interface. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think we will see the same wallet interface for any users in the future, right? You will have NFT heavy users, you have DeFi heavy users, you have security focused users. So I think like in the future we will have much more customizable wallets, but also customizable journey, right? So explicit requests, you want to also make sure that the users is always like in control of how they are behaving in terms of like what they're doing with the extension and with the dApp directly. And I think like it's also need to be super transparent. And how many of you guys revoke access in MetaMask directly, not just locking their wallet? Cool. Okay, some people are doing great. This is also like a good practice. Revoking permission, that's basically what we talk about, but also like we want to be able all the time to understand how we're transacting with dApps, but also most important, how we can revoke access or not just deny access to a dApp. And I think it's also one big part. And I think one of my biggest principle here that I'm always trying to advocate is that whatever we build, we want to make sure that we are sharing with the community, with the company, like full on a progression level, right? So you want to be able to extend the functionality of what you're building. So build on top is one of the most important part, because today, especially like in Web 2, you have basically company building products, and the only things that you can do as a community is giving feedback or open like issues and PRs, right? But I think there is much better way to be part of the innovation and actually like build progressively the tech stack offered by the company. Cool. So what the wallets look like? So I don't know how to answer this question. I will tell you what the wallets will not look like in the future. So I think like PvP we will not have like more players versus players, and I think that's one big part. We will not have one size fits all. So today we're building not just wallet, but I think like different tech stack are being built in a similar manner. We are building different ecosystem, different siloed, and yes, we have different interoperability like technologies, right? But right now, like a lot of like those ecosystems are being built on top of things, and they're not really speaking with each other. I don't know if many of you guys, develop on Rust, but for example, my journey was I started a lot with Solidity. Then I went testing around different ecosystem, and then I came back to Solidity, but not because of the product, because Solidity is not the best programming language, but because like the ecosystem support, the initiatives, literally like everybody's so kind of like accessible in terms of like things about you can do. I don't know if many of you guys develop on Cairo. I mean 2.0 is great, but I had a lot of like issues at the beginning also with Cairo onboarding. Cool. Third part, one entity knows best. I don't think like we will get on a level that a single company know what features need to be developed. I think community will drive features innovation. I think that's also what is super exciting. I'm just jumping back always on my laptop because I need to click. But basically, like, I want to just resume those 5 principles around what we need to care about, you know, not just wallet development, but any tech stack. So we want to put always like a user-centric innovation. We want to understand, you know, like users need to not just have full control of their access, but also like in a full transparent way. They need to understand how they are behaving with the dApp. And I think that's also like why consent is kind of king in those parts. So everything is about trust. Obviously, like you wanna have fully trust, but the trust is coming from the dApp and the interaction with the dApp being fully transparent. So also like in your experience, you need to see exactly how the extension or the dApp is behaving with your wallet. And that's how you're empowering much more like users and users' decisions. And basically like here, like it's all about the concept of permissionless innovation, right? Like you don't want to build like another aggregator of like, you know, extensions. Like what you want to do is a fully decentralized way, audited way to actually like have innovation being powered by community builders. Yeah, that's basically what I mentioned. So community first, so user-centric and community-first feature development. And yeah, so this is where we're resuming this kind of permissionless innovation concept. And yeah, I don't know if you guys agree with me, but I think the only way that we are actually like reaching a better like, you know, Web3 vision is having a much stronger how do you say, like feature development driven by community members, right? This could be like, you know, third-party individual developers, but could also like range from startup to companies. Cool. No one is sleeping until now, so it's great. So I have this. So this is like a kind of like a salesy video. I just wanted to show you and put some music on so that everybody's waking up. But we launch all these kind of like snaps directory at permissionless a couple of weeks ago, and this is the video that we show literally to the public. And this snaps directly is nothing else as 36 whitelisted snap built by third-party developers. I will talk about what snaps are. Long story short, they are basically adds-on or extension on MetaMask. And those are not owned by us. They're all third-party builders in the community. Let's see if it's working. If the sound is working. No, it doesn't. You can hear. Cool. So do we have a round of applause or not? Very good, very good, very good. So let me switch slides. Sorry, I figured out the video, sorry, the sound, the last part. But so what are snaps? So as you see here, like in the video, we have 3 main categories. We will go through a little bit, but as we mentioned, snaps are nothing else as like extra features that are extending the functionality of what the wallet today. Today, you cannot extend UI-specific behavior, and we're working on that, and I think that's also super exciting. But today, you can do things like, you know, do transaction on BTC, do getting notification if you're a game users, do use the Cosmos snap to interact directly with Atom, or like deploy stuff on I don't know, and use Starknet, you know, like, so those are in the interoperability snap. You have notification snap. Even we will show, I mean, I would show you like the chat to chat snap that is actually super cool. And we will also see the other categories is called transaction insights category, that you literally have like a feature where you show you like if you're behaving, if you're interacting with a malicious contract. And I think this is also super cool, because today, even like myself, like privately, like a lot of time, you have no idea what address you're interacting with. And before even doing this decision about approving your transaction, you want to have more data points. Cool. So I think we understood. This is all about having add-ons, and fully customize like your experience on that. So those are like there are 3 main categories here. Show it in the. I mean, there are 6 in total, but 3 are the one like on the directory. And those are interoperability, transaction insights, and notification. I don't know, like if you're building, I don't know, like a DeFi protocol or a full, I don't know, like trading bots, like, or even like if you're playing with some dApps. I don't know, maybe if you guys did some gaming, Web3 gaming, but sometimes it's quite painful because you cannot do batch transaction. I think for game developer here, you should try a MetaMask SDK or like just using like Unity assembly. That SDK also is there. But you know, a lot of time, even for users, like approving a batch transaction, it's a pain. You'd never get notification. You did like different things, like for example, automatic approvals. It's something that doesn't really exist on more like on a wallet level. This is something like with the notification snaps is getting super excited. There are like so many like in ETH Denver. So I presented like the same slide with all the category that I thought about, and there were something like 25 different categories, right? You know, account abstraction, identity, privacy. Those I think like very interested next topics. But there are so many other type of snaps that you can think about. So anything that is ranging from scalability, security, privacy. Even like social graphs, like there are people now building lens snaps that are actually super cool. They are basically like doing specific transaction within all the lens ecosystem, but without actually going to and install further like dApps on that. Cool. What about security? So this is like all about those principles before, right? So snaps is kind of like enabling like a new like extension, right? Snaps can interact with any API stack out there, not like the extension, because so today MetaMask has the Playground API. You can check all of the reference API list. But the cool thing is that snaps can interact with any product stack. So you can build even if you have any product that you want to use, you can basically build a snap going and transacting with this product, and the snap will basically like be fully compatible with the extension. So that's also like quite good. This is something that we will see in the demo. But the long story short is that when the user is installing the snap, you literally see every ask from the snap to the extension. And you can even see like, you know, sharing, getting access to the Wi-Fi. It's super cool because without, and I wish this will be the same standardization around you know, Google Chrome extension, for example. But that's basically like how you install a snap from allowing the website to communicate to like access the internet, and we will see the wallet guard snap. That's a transaction inside snap, and for the developer here, like the snap is nothing else as a manifest JSON file, and it's a bunch of pure like npm code that you can just use and install. At the end, I also have a QR code if you want to build a snap with like a monorepo that you can use, and some like a transaction inside example that you can fork it and build on top of that. Cool. So security come first. We mentioned that. So let's see some demos. I don't know. I want to also take some questions. The idea I thought about like having some different demos from the 3 categories. So this is the directory, how it look like. There is no sound, so you're not scared. We have integrated notification transaction insights. So I want to show you like first one, the transaction insight one. So Wallet Guard is a cool startup. But basically, this is how it looks like. So you're installing your Wallet Guard snap. You're connecting. You need to approve the transaction. How like what is happening. So we are approving. My Wi-Fi at the hotel this morning was a bit slow, so you will see like a slower process. So now what happens with literally 2 clicks, we install the snap directly on our production MetaMask. So that's my test MetaMask. So and basically like we are doing a test transaction. So this is I mean, I don't want to spoil, but this is like a malicious account that was happening for a phishing attack a couple of months ago. What we're seeing here is basically like we're doing the transaction, right? We're clicking next. We're selecting, how much money do you want to send. And the cool things right now is before even confirming, you will see like a pop-up is basically a tab here. Like basically you have 3 providers right now: BlockFence, Clarence, and WalletGuard, because I installed already the 3 transaction insights snap. And you will basically like be prompt here on what the transaction will look like. So you will have a BlockFence analysis, Harith detected, referring Gobra. So basically like you have a full let's say third-party data points on the security on the account that you're dealing with. And yeah, so that's actually super interesting, because so BlockFence is detecting it. Now we're going through the other, like WalletGuard, and basically is loading the transaction inside on the WalletGuard side. Boom, like warning, this is a malicious address. So you're sending this, the risk factor, and I think this is super cool, because I don't know how with you guys, but I don't know, like I'm using it every day now. Because it's just giving more insights on what is happening. So this is an example of the transaction insight snap, and yeah, I think it's super interesting. So now let's see the second example that I prepped here. So all the transactions that we're doing when we're sending transaction, they are basically encrypted, right? So these cool guys, I think from last year, hackathon, they basically build a wallet-to-wallet chat, because literally, like, why not sending like actually amount of data? They're already encrypted. And this demo is with the wallet chat snap. And we will see first how we are sending a message, like through MetaMask, from account to account. So here, I don't know if you're realizing, well, this is not like, a fully centralized way. This is from an account to account. And then what we will do, we will see a notification. I started the notification snap afterwards. Cool. So I'm basically like putting from which account is going. Montoya is my colleague, by the way. So we are sending a GM, obviously. It's now morning. But and basically what's happening here is that on the left side you see the other account. That's why like we put the second interface. On the right side is the other account. So boom, GM, we send a message. Now you're asking yourself, okay, where is the notification? So I will show you in the other demo. So now I installed the notification snap. So you will see basically a pop-up, and this is happening on the extension, but you can also set it up that is coming directly to your iOS, for example. So it will be popping up also on your right side. And think about this now we're just doing wallet-to-wallet chat, but it could also be like a game where you get notification, or you're like a bot that is executing a special events and triggering a special notification. So here in notification snap, you will see, okay, one unread message from walletchat.fun. And yeah, we will see what's that. And it's probably like the GM that we sent before. Cool. So there we are. I think that's it. And basically when you're approving it, you will see it here on the right. Cool. So this is the one. I think we're almost at time, but I want to show you like this one interoperability snap. So right now we have different snap. We have the file snap. You can actually store information on IPFS. You have Cosmos snap. You can do interaction. We have Starknet snap. This is the first layer 2 snap that is actually super cool. And this is the BTC snap. So I want to show you the BTC snap. So how we are doing a test transaction on the testnet BTC, not mainnet. Because I'm not, I spend all my money to come to and flying here. I'm joking, but this is basically Xeon is a third-party developers that build this snap. And what you're doing here is we are installing the snap. And right now, as you saw, snaps are being prompt from independent apps. And what you are doing here is we're sending testnet BTC. Directly through MetaMask, so that's actually quite powerful. because today, if you need to have a specific transaction, what you can do, you just need to go on other chain. So this is how to show like the first big iteration on how snaps are working today. And yeah, the past like 18 months, there were a lot of snaps being built on Flask and now we're super excited just to extend more and more functionality. Cool. I think that's enough about that. So yeah, what I mentioned right now here, this is a marathon, not a sprint. So we want to doing things right. We want to enable and really give users the power to install what they see, to have transparency in the installation process, and to have also like power in terms of revoking access to the extension. So it's fully transparent and really owned by users. This is like what I mentioned before, is the Snaps developer resources. Here you have a QR code. We can see it. I don't know if we have time, but if you're checking out this Snap discussion built by a colleague of mine, you will see you have different reference snaps. You have both demos and repos. My suggestion, if you're in this hackathon, you want to build a snap, or in general, if you want to submit a snap to the directory, what you can do is going in the mono repo and literally like talk one of snap here, or you just use the template snap. I think that's so that's it. So this is regarding the starter guide, getting started guide. Then here are some other cool example. This is also like a transaction insight from another company. This is the Starknet snap. You can check it out. And we're pushing a bunch of infos also on MetaMask Dev. So I think that's it. So yeah, I think if you guys, I'm super excited because like this is unleashing much more innovation around the feature development of wallets. You know, I believe in the future we will have much more standardization. And today, by the way, like if you want to build Snap, we have also MetaMask grants now. Is a 2.6 million a quarter grants that you can submit to. And yeah, feel free to ask any question around Snap privacy or user ownership of Snaps. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you.
You have questions?
Francesco.
Do we have questions or? No time. But I will be there.
Yeah, so whoever has a question, you can reach out to Francesco later.
Yeah, show it out.
All right. If anyone else has more question for Francesco, he will be there. You may reach out to him. So next up, we will have Emerson from Longhash to share with us the future of account abstraction. Right.
This is the clicker.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, how you guys doing? So yeah, today I'm gonna talk a little bit about a higher level overview of where we are at account abstraction, and what our future holds, what could it look like in the future. I'm gonna be covering 3 directions really. Firstly is how can we make account abstraction more modular and then hence specialized, and how can we take it multi-chain. So what you get out of this is understanding a little bit first about why AA adoption so far has remained relatively limited. And second, really, is to understand what is required to boost this adoption. And firstly, and what we need is a significant improvement in UX, especially with modularity and specialization. And second is multi-chain smart accounts. A little bit background and intro about me. Born and bred here in Malaysia. I work for a venture fund, an accelerator called Long Hash Ventures. We basically incubate applications and middleware on top of ecosystems. And recently, we've been working with Safe to launch their first account abstraction accelerator and invested in a bunch of projects in the AA space, like Safe, Lit, Particle Network as well. And a couple months ago, I wrote a bit of a thesis article on where our space is headed, and this is largely what the content of this talk will be about. So I don't know if you guys have used this wallet called Argent. This is actually the first wallet that I was ever onboarded on. But it's like fantastic. It's great UX, great features. You have all the good stuff, seamless onboarding. You can pay gas and a token, social cloud recovery. You have batch transactions, and obviously a great UI as well. But just want to get a show of hands. Who here has used MetaMask? And who here has used Argent? Yeah. And here is like a picture of what the user the user adoption has been like for smart accounts. Basically, you have 77,000 accounts created by Argent and 30 million MetaMask users, despite a clearly superior UX. And if we take a look at the total ERC 4337 smart accounts today, you have 947,000 compared to 30 million as well. So like, what is the gap? Like, what do we have to bridge in order to reach parity or go even go beyond that? So in my opinion, thinking about like wallet usage from first principles here, first, what users really care about is access to value. Like, where do the wallets bring these users at? What can they access when they use a wallet? Second is trust. Do they trust the wallet that they're using? And third is really user experience. So I would argue that smart accounts are incrementally better in terms of user experience. You have batch transactions, you have paymasters to pay in any token, and you have cloud or social recovery. But it is lacking in the first two criteria. The first is access to value, because MetaMask gives you access to more than 3,000 apps. And second is access to multiple chains, multiple addresses, and multiple chains with one address, right? So you don't have to manage the huge number of keys that you would interact with when you have a smart account. And second, and trust. Obviously, MetaMask has been around since the DeFi summer, and and because of this like massive adoption, people tend to trust the wallet more rather than trying out a totally new smart account. So I'd argue that because there's more access to value and there's greater trust in an EOA right now, it surpasses the incremental improvement that AA provides today in UX. So, but the opportunity here is to use modules to to provide a significant improvement in UX. So the opportunity for AA here is to, when we break down AA into three parts, if you have signing, you have logic, and you have execution. So with signing, you can choose any key for you to tag to your smart account to authenticate transactions. Second, you can choose any module that augments the functionality, extends the functionality of your smart accounts. And third, you can choose any bundler or paymaster, ideally, in order to create your ideal smart account, right? So this unlocks a potentially like significant improvement in UX, because any project or any application can tailor a wallet specifically for any use case. This is similar to the MetaMask snaps that they talked about in the previous talk. And currently, in the current landscape, there's some wallets that are tailored for institutions, some wallets tailored for gamers, some for DeFi traders and NFT collectors. But argue that it's not tailored enough. So they're often like vertically integrated, but the opportunity here is to like add modules, right, and combine different modules in order to create the super specialized and customized smart account. So for example, imagine if you're a gamer and you can create all sorts of an account like to perfectly tailor for you. So you can sign into the account with your Google login. That's classic. And you can augment that account with modules from a modular ecosystem. So session keys is one where you can just delegate a transaction or a transaction for like 30 minutes, so that you don't have to sign every single transaction when you're playing a game. And then second, you can maybe plug in an automated rentals module for you to recall an NFT if you are completed with your rent. And then you maybe have an institutional wallet where, say, you have a multi-sig validation signature scheme, and then you bake in privacy, you bake in delegated access control, you bake in delegated spending limits, whitelisted hooks. So you have a completely completely tailored wallet for an institution, and it can even go beyond that by having a gaming guild build their own like modular smart account. So you have multi-factor authentication. You can augment that gaming guild wallet with specific modules just tailored for that use case, right? So you can enable whitelisted games. You can enable limit lending durations for scholars. If a gaming guild were to use a modular smart account, it's tailored for them. And for scholarship managers, you can even like enforce budgets to the scholars or automate those payments. So this is a very like futuristic vision of what a modular smart account could look like in the future. And yeah, we can play that. So Rhinestone, this project is really cool. They have a ultimate vision to basically have a drag and drop modular wallet. This was hacked during ETH Denver, but what they enable is basically you drag and drop whatever module that you want, and then create a wallet that's tailored specifically for your use case. So any retail user, any institution can create a wallet that's really like super tailored, according to what modules that you want. Yeah. So we can go to the next slide. Yeah. So what is required in order to create this modular smart account vision is to have a module registry that's vital to create enable discovery for these modules for the developers building applications and wallets themselves, and a module registry to enable interoperability between these modules. So you can make sure that if those modules interact with one another, they work, and also make sure that if those modules are combined together, that they are secure. And that's what the registry is supposed to provide. They want to bring in all these auditors in order to make sure that the modules are secure when they interact with one another. Yeah. Oh, and then a key thing that they also enable is to ensure no vendor lock-in. So if you were to have build a wallet that's tailored for the gaming guild, for example, you can create a wallet that ensures that there is no vendor lock-in. and make sure that that doesn't happen. You can plug in any module from ZeroDev, from Safe, from Biconomy, and make sure that those work. So 2 teams are working on this, Safe and Rhinestone. Yeah, better keep track of them. They'll be doing some interesting stuff. So another way to also improve, significantly improve UX is with intents. And this is a very, very early demo from one of our accelerator projects, Banana. They are basically building a Telegram bot for you to interact on chain. So you can basically type in any prompt and get a transaction executed just from the prompt. They'll like decode that prompt into specific atomic transactions, and then delegate the transaction to the solver, and then execute that. Yeah. Yeah. So here what's going on is actually token being like transferred from one chain to another. This typically takes like a super long process for those who have tried to bridge tokens before. But in this case, you can just write a prompt and ensure that those are made approved. Okay, I think we can go to the next one. Thanks. So yeah, so the second part on top of modular and specialized smart accounts is to enable multi-chain smart accounts. So this addresses the problem of a user having like 1,000 different smart accounts across chains, right? The problem with a smart account versus an EOA is that whenever you sign into another app or another chain, you need to deploy a new account when you're on that chain. So people may end up with 5 or more accounts with many different keys. That's another UX headache. So you have number one, the biggest problem is fragmented key management. Second, just way too much friction when you want to change or add a module or a signer. And third is just every account requires gas to deploy. So how do we address this? And for the first one, and there's some solutions around payment links. Another project, Peanut Protocol, is working on this, essentially for a receiver to provide a QR code or a URL for you to for someone to transfer funds just by clicking on a link. A second is a unified address standard. This is in the works, and there's a project that Safe is working on this. Second is the second problem around too much friction to change or add a module signer. Biconomy is building a multi-chain session keys module for you to enable like a change a signer or change a module, add a module, change a signer by building a module for other wallets to integrate or applications to integrate. Second is around key start contracts. This is what a technical architecture that Vitalik proposed in his article, 3 Transitions. And this is where, and we'll get into that later, but this is where another architecture that could enable a similar solution for this problem as well. And then the third, this is a iffy problem that I think everybody faces when they deploy a smart account, is that when you deploy a smart account, you just need a gas in order to deploy it, and you need to bridge that ETH, for example, onto Base in order to pay and deploy the smart account, right? So around this, we can assess and just native paymasters for you to sponsor gas in order to create that account in the beginning. So yeah, with payment links, what you can do is you outline the amount to receive, and second, just what chain to receive it on, a unified address standard, just one address for or a super account for all EVM chains to adopt, and that will enable like transfers, payments to be made much more clear, and a chain ID for each individual account as well. And with keystore contracts, just containing this will contain rules to add or change signers and modules, right? And it'll work something like this. You can read like Vitalik's article to learn more about this. But essentially, because you have so many different accounts, you'll encounter problems where, say, you want to change a spending limit from 1 ETH to 0.5 ETH for every single account. What you can do is just start and sign in transaction on Optimism, change that spending limit, and there'll be some ZK proof that goes into a keystore contract. The keystore contract will change that rule that will then be implemented across all accounts that you hold. And then, yeah, this can be affected on any module or any or any like social recovery as well, like adding a guardian. So there's a little clip from the recent like Cosmoverse, and yeah, can you increase the volume?
You know, the analogy I like is like in Avatar, you have like astral projection where like, you know, whole body stays in the physical world, but then, you know, her astral projection goes and does stuff in this.
Guys, can raise the volume.
It's going to be a similar situation with interchain smart accounts where your core smart account is still going to be on the Osmosis chain, but you'll be able to astrally project using interchain accounts and do actions on the Stride chain. So as you add keys, you know, you change your authenticator, you don't have to make any transaction on the Stride chain. Because your account on the Stride chain is just a projection of your smart account on the Osmosis chain. How is this going to work UX-wise? So there's two main ways we see this happening. One is this concept of Osmosis mini app. So today, Osmosis is for probably most people primary thing that they do in Cosmos. So let's make it easier for people to do anything they want. So, you know, we have this quick launcher system. You can go and do these quick actions right from the Osmosis chain. You want to use Mars, you want to use Stride, you can do that from here. And if you want to go to the full app, you can, and it will auto-connect you to the interchain account for that app. We also have this option of sign in with Osmosis. So, you know, you come just like, you know, using Cosmos Kit, just so you can connect to a different wallet. If you want to connect to your Osmosis smart account, it will basically pop open, similar to like, you know, sign in with Google. It will open up the Osmosis site, let you authenticate yourself, and then you'll be signed in to this other site. So basically, this is how we solve this UX issue of how do you make smart accounts actually usable with an ecosystem of apps, not just special cased for a single app.
Yeah, and the analogy he used before, because the volume was a bit off, was essentially you have a signing on one chain, astral projected to another chain. So you just need to have an account on one chain in order to make actions on another chain. That's what they are working on, and something that Vitalik has proposed in his 3 transitions piece as well. So a few points to summarize then on what progress is required for AA to mature over the next couple of years is recalling back to the first principles. One, access to value. We need multi-chain smart accounts that enable you to sign once and execute on other chains, so that when you change a guardian, when you add a spending limit, you would be able to do so with one transaction. Second is a unified address standard for us to standardize how we transfer, standardize how we manage our keys. Second is enhancing trust. We didn't really touch on this in this talk because it's it is a huge other topic, but we can enhance security with 2 things. First is secure enclave compatibility. There are teams like Clave who are working on this. And second, some scam prevention modules for users to feel safer when they interact in Web3 as well. And third is around user experience. And we touched on this very, very extensively. How do we make smart accounts more modular and specialized? One is a registry that basically enables people to discover modules, interoperate between modules, and make modules secure when they interact with one another, and then build this module ecosystem moving forward. So 3 take-home messages. Number 1 is to leverage modules to customize accounts for users if you're building something around the AA space. Second is to defragment these accounts across apps and chains. And third is to, of course, ensure security, because as there was a parity hack around 2017, 2018 that basically set the whole space of smart accounts back a few years. And if we do have another smart account hacked, that will set us back a few years again. So if you want to learn more about our account abstraction accelerator with Safe, you can scan the QR code here if you're building something in AA. My colleague Emir here is also managing that program. If you're interested, you can check that out. My Telegram is there if you want to ask them any more questions or just get in touch. And you can also read this if you want to recap of this talk. There's also an article on our Medium as well. So, ta-da.
Okay, we have time for some questions. Any questions from the floor? I see a lot of sleepy heads.
Thanks.
Any questions from anyone? Okay.
Sure.
All right. We probably give you 5 minutes break for those who are falling asleep. You can maybe grab coffee or take a toilet break maybe. We will start the next session in 10 minutes. Thank you. You can move around and stretch around. Or wake up your body if they're still sleeping. Hi, sir. What do you do for a living?
I don't pay rent.
Okay, we will start in 10 or half a minute, if everyone is okay. Okay, let's start. I hope you all get some stretch and coffee. Let's welcome our moderator for this session, Wei Han, and our beautiful speakers.
Yes, beautiful speakers. Hi, beautiful speakers. Let's come on stage. Everyone, let's give them a round of applause. Woo! I'm sure you can see on the left. Yeah. It's in the middle. Yep. Okay. before we start, let's do some warm up. How many of you are developers? Oh, there are not as many as I thought. How many of you are just random people trying to learn about account abstraction? Okay, there's way too many than I expected. Who don't even know what is account abstraction? Okay, wait. I don't know if I should feel happy or sad about that, but hopefully you guys can learn something new about during this panel discussion. So yeah, without further ado, let's get started. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm Wei Han, the cat there. So the cat there. Sorry, I'm the moderator for today. So today's topic is going to be about account abstraction, obviously, and mainly the discussion will be about why is it so important? Even though Emerson just now has already gave a very wonderful speech on a bunch of industry insights on the current AA state. So, nonetheless, we're still going to discuss more about account abstraction in depth with three of these speakers here. So I'll just introduce the speaker one by one. So on the left already, we have Emerson from Longhas Ventures. Clap, clap. Woo. Then in the middle, we have Brandon from Hedera. Then lastly, we have Francesco from Consensys / MetaMask. Woo! Okay, so let's give them some time to introduce themselves even better. And while you introduce yourself, I also want you to tell us more about why do you think account abstraction is so important. So just give a little bit of background about yourself and yeah, why account abstraction is important. So let's start with you, Emerson.
Yeah, sure. So my name's Emerson. Okay. All right, that was cool. Okay. So I help manage the portfolio at Longhas Ventures, supporting projects like Lit Protocol, Safe, and Particle Network on growing their user base and developing partnerships within our portfolio. So yeah, and why I think AA is important is essentially because it's unrealistic to expect that everybody will be onboarded with the seed phrase, and we need to create a new, safer paradigm for new users to enter crypto in a safe, sustainable way. Yeah.
Cool. Hi, I'm Brendan from Singapore, and doing developer relations at Hedera. Why account abstraction is important. I think there are a few things or use cases that it enables, which, similar to your point, let I guess people who are not like crypto degen advanced users, like the average person, can actually start accessing Web3 technologies, and like AA is one of the ways that, or one of the technologies that enable that to happen.
Hey, what's up, guys? Francesco, and part of the DevRel team at MetaMask, and I'm quite involved in AA since the start, even before 437. So it's not something new. I think we standardized, the logic with 437, but before even with Safe, we had that. I don't know if how many of you guys are in 437 Mafia, but we started that group in the days, and today is quite well known for like a lot of like research and good discussion points. So if you want to be involved, also be part of that group. And we also received an EF grant for our AA meetup. We did the one also in Singapore, where we had also Vitalik speaking about the history of AA. Some of you guys were also there. It's great to see. And why I'm not bullish just about AA. I think it's just we will have different, as you mentioned, like different target personas. And I'm a big believer that light wallets will play a big role. And it's kind of a natural evolving of needs of users, right? People don't want to just do specific recovery. They want to have limited. They want to have frozen accounts. They want to have different set of features that I think with we can enable that. And I think we need to nail down a little bit how it's more around the infrastructure with running bundlers and bunch of specific discussion. But that's definitely a good topic to talk about and advocate about for all the users.
Cool. So I think in the general sense is that we all know that account abstraction is important. That's the conclusion that we have about account crashing. But looking at the previous, let's say, token standards or different ERCs that we have on Ethereum itself, what's so special about this ERC 437? Like, what are the new possibilities that account abstraction enable, or more specifically, ERC 437 enable that we couldn't get previously?
Yeah, I think it's partially it's actually a developer mindshare, understanding what was required in order to build an account abstraction wallet. That unlocks the modularity I was talking about in the previous talk. Essentially, for developers to create their own specialized wallets and loop back into a specific standard that everybody abides by. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a slightly contradictory, opinion on this. Yeah, because I don't work with Ethereum, right? I work on Hedera, and it is EVM compatible. So you have JSON RPC, you have the same type of smart contracts, opcode level equivalents, etc. But the accounts and transactions model is quite different. So, so I take like a more, I would say, different, or I guess more lower level view of account abstraction than, say, just focusing on 4337 specifically, or like even on smart wallets. So for me, what account abstraction is like you've got a few different ingredients that you need to enable it. And so the ingredients are things like, can you remove the separation between a private key and an account or its address, right? Can an account, after it's been created, can it then change its private key? Can that private key be multi-sig? Can one of the components of that private key in a multi-sig scenario, can that be a smart contract, right? And like when you meet all of these requirements, oh yeah, one more as well, which is, can an account and the signer account and the payer account on a transaction, can they be separate accounts for that same transaction, right? So when you have all of these ingredients, you put them together, then you get like a lower level of what I think is being discussed as account abstraction. So you get other use cases in addition to what 4337 talks about. A lot of them overlap, and I think the most useful ones are smart wallets. But yeah, there could be more. So there's like a more lower level view of it.
Yeah, I think I mean, with smart accounts were there before, right? But I think with the EIP, he brought standardization around what we're talking about. He brought like special words that we can discuss with, and special like architecture designs that we can debate of. And I think that's what is exciting, right? So I think with this is like the first kind of like process to have different design conversation, and also like he brought up like standardization around different like infrastructure tooling, and that's where like kind of things came out, like hey, we have Pimlico SDK, Economy SDK. I think it's super exciting what happened, right? But it's also a process that started before. But I think with EIP we standardize like the language that we're talking about. It's basically what's happening a little bit with also like NFT standardization from Ethereum Magician a couple of years ago, that everybody was building their own marketplace without metadata standard, and then they came up some standards, and now marketplace can talk with each other, they can exchange specific information. So I think there's one first step, but we still have a lot of like different challenges.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you look at the history of account abstraction, it didn't start with, I mean, now everyone knows about account abstraction because of ERC 47 and maybe a bunch of other chains as well. But actually started way earlier in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. But it's only now that it's getting traction. So yeah, it's definitely going to get very excited. We're going to get more application being built on top of account abstraction in the next few years. But yeah, I want to know for each of you personally, we have talked about so many use cases, right? Batch transactions, session keys and stuff like that. But for each of you personally, what's your number one use case? Like what's the application that you're most excited about? Yeah, among all the others.
It depends, I think, on the use case, like on the target audience. I think like for gamers out there, having having sponsored transactions it could be a very like interesting use case. I think for like end users that are more like targeted like to like light wallets, like limited accounts, I think like social recovery, like an easier process. I think that's definitely needed, and the full onboarding without the secret recovery phrase. And yeah, and I think it's like whatever we're doing, like we just need to always like be kind of mindful of this kind of like 5 principles, of those principles, how we want to build things. And it's always like about the end users, having the end users in control of whatever they're doing. And I think this is the most important things. So I'm still like interested in social recovery, but it's a use case that we need to do it also right.
Yeah, so I have a very specific concept like answer to this, because we actually were not in Hedera, but my previous role in Rootstock. One thing that we discovered through a lot of user research is that it is very difficult for an average person to deal with a wallet that has multiple currencies. Like basically the average user, and this is specific to the company was based in Argentina, so it's specific to Latin America, several countries that we research. So the users didn't want to care about multiple currencies, but if you want to transfer tokens around, like say USDC, and you have to pay for gas, right? That's a big stumbling block, right? Being able to use your account without and transact on a crypto network without even realizing that you're on a crypto network, that's another need to have to basically get this massive adoption kind of use case. So the idea is like create a wallet that enables that kind of thing, right? So one account, the wallet operator can pay for the transaction fees and gas in the native currency, and then maybe deduct that in transaction fees in the same currency of the user, or perhaps subsidize it. So that kind of thing is like what I'd say. I guess it's possible to achieve without account abstraction, but with account abstraction, it becomes like I guess, to your point, like a much more standardized way of doing these things.
Yeah, I have a really idealistic response that may be futuristic from like 5 to 10 years later. But one use case I'm very excited about is around revenue distribution with a lot of different entities or users. In a case where, say, you're releasing a film, and the revenue you receive from a film is just movie tickets, right? And what if you can automatically distribute these revenue from movie tickets across all the different entities that are involved in that movie? Like in traditional world, this takes like 12, 18, 24 months to distribute. But if everybody is onboarded easily with a smart account on chain, and this is automatically distributed to all the contributors using a very simple to use wallet that is automatically deployed for you, that makes a massive difference to the people involved in that film, immediately getting more immediate rewards for their contribution.
I just want to say, I really want to add also on your point on sponsored transactions that this is obviously like a technical improvement, but in the same time also we are enabling new kind of business model. I don't think it's even in the future like we will have a like who will pay for those transactions. I think DEP owner will be the one sponsoring the transaction for the users, and then also like new revenue stream will kind of like come out. But I think I heard for the first time, I think was during ETH Tokyo, that Safe was doing like sponsored transaction testing with Noses or something like that. That was really cool, right? Because then DEP owner can actually sponsor this transaction and having users fully just one step I think further. And but I want to say also like it's all about also like changing this business model mindset. I think the same will be also like who will run bundlers, how is the revenue model on that. I mean, right now with Consensys we have Infura, so we are powering RPCs, but in the same time I think same will happen on the bundler level. And I think that's also a new business model coming out, and that's also exciting because we're thinking about technology, but at the same time we also change like a different business model narrative.
Yeah, cool. So definitely account attraction enables a lot of new application, a lot of new business model. And ultimately, it's when we talk about account attraction, we also talk about smart accounts, which are basically smart contracts, right? So it definitely improves their user experience on chain. That's at least one of the goals. But at the same time, because we are trying to convert on Ethereum from EOA to smart contracts, and we know that smart contracts are very vulnerable to attacks. So how can we make smart contracts safe, like very safe, and at the same time convince the end users or the next wave of Web3 users to use smart accounts instead of the traditional account model EOAs? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think there are two ways this is being really addressed today. One of what Safe is doing is one, having a registry, and second, having a security council to audit the modules. So whatever module that this could potentially be integrated in a smart account, they will go through a security council of very highly qualified professional auditors of smart contract wallets, go through that, and then have an on-chain verification that this module has been audited. And this will go to the say registry, and the registry will show that, okay, this module is safe, this account is safe, this wallet is safe, yeah, essentially build a on-chain record of modules that can be safe to use.
Yeah, I was gonna say that whenever there's like a new technology, a new set of features, then the surface area for attack vectors is higher, right? And there's always a chance and almost a certainty that someone is going to use that and footgun. So it's going to happen, right? But what I would say is, like, compared to when smart contracts, just general EVM smart contracts came into play the first time, like when there's like a feedback loop, right? And the question is, how short is the duration between when an attack vector is discovered and or exploited, and when it's fixed and best practices arise out of that. And I think, like, when smart contracts first started, there wasn't a established, security kind of mindset. There weren't big players or established companies with track records in security auditing in the Web3 space, et cetera, right? But now there is. And so that gives me hope that, this time around, you won't see such big hacks, or if there are big hacks, or security vulnerabilities discovered, they will be addressed much more efficiently than we have seen in the past in this industry.
Yeah, so I want to say that, for example, I think there will be a big trade-off in general, right? Like, I was checking like specific reports that were telling like transaction in theory are more expensive on smart accounts, and basically what this means also, like, I think there will be a trade-off on specific like use case being done directly through smart accounts versus like versus other like methodologies. It's the same like discussion that we have with like, okay, all our data need to be on chain versus not, right? And I think yeah, as we are deep diving in, we also like need to see the overall picture, right? And specific like use case will be enabled, but in the same time we have multiple ways to achieve those, and having different like target personas, target users being satisfied with.
Okay, so now that we understand, I mean, security is definitely one of the challenge that account abstraction is going to face. But what are the other practical challenges that account abstraction we still have to solve, and how might we even solve it in the future? Yeah.
Yeah, I think challenges-wise, I mean, like, obviously I'm excited about snaps. We were talking, how we're building modular snaps that are depending to each other. I think, like, we will always see single use case, single snaps use case around the A that would enable specific things. But I'm excited, about like this kind of like modularity that people can build on top of things. So that's probably like one of the biggest challenge. The other challenge, I don't see enough like developer tooling around the like support. Like this is something in 427 Mafia we're discussing a lot. I think they are like very specific. Multiple like developer tooling are literally forking other project and building top features. So I don't know if we're actually improving there, but you know, it's a progression, right? And so it's just very exciting to see like how we are like compared, yeah, smart accounts of Safe before even the EAP was submitted.
Yeah. So I'll say like the big thing is that can or will account abstraction enable greater user adoption? Like, so one of the things that I think is a standout, what you mentioned, like right at the beginning, all the list of things that Argent Wallet does right, which is, for example, you've got social recovery or maybe another decentralized recovery mechanism. Not having to manage a seed phrase or private keys and just being able to use it maybe with the same level of technical effort as a username and a password, right? Which is what people are already used to. So these sorts of things I think are enabled by account abstraction, and yeah, like it's interesting to see how this will actually play out in terms of like, will this drive user adoption? Will we get more so-called Web 2 users to actually onboard into Web 3 as a result of this? Yeah, and then I guess like the second thing I wanted to say was like just during your talk earlier on, I saw the bit about Rhinestone and I was like saying, hey, MetaMask Snap should do that, you know? So it's like, it's kind of like, it's kind of interesting, right? Like you come to this conference and then, you know, you just suddenly get a new idea and the space is so nascent that it's not like, oh, that has already been done, right? Because if you do something like that in Web 2, it's like there's almost certainly someone else who's already done it. But in Web 3, it's like more like an open field.
Yeah, definitely resonate with that a lot. Well, although another challenge that I foresee as well is vendor lock-in when it comes to modules as well, because in contrast to EOAs, where every EOA is all the same, right? The challenge with modules is that when you build a module, you're building with specific like provider. It can be Safe, can be zero dev, can be Biconomy, and this creates potentially a situation where modules cannot interoperate between providers. So there are specific standards like EIP 6996900 coming out that ensures like modular account abstraction to be interoperable. But I've heard some issues with that standard as well. So yeah, I think in order to ensure that these modules are freely interoperable between providers, we need that standard.
All right, thanks for sharing, speakers. So we actually have 5 minutes left. Time goes by really fast. So I'd like to open this 5 minute space to everyone that has any questions to the speakers here. Just raise up your hand. Anyone? If not, I'm going to ask more. Oh, there it is.
Hi, I'm Liang. I have a question for Francesco. Since AA is here, is there any plan for MetaMask to do something or to improve your UX and integrate 437?
Ouch.
Yeah, for sure. So what I mentioned before in the talk was that with Snaps now is the first iteration, and the idea also is that Snaps are we allowing you for like an extension on the UI side. So basically, like you're building your own even a Snaps in the future, and what you can do is you know, adding buttons and changing design directly on production MetaMask. I think that's a cool value proposition. And yeah, and for, I don't know if you're talking about mobile or extension, there was a couple of release of UI refresh. I don't know if you check it out, but network selection on mobile now is smoother. I know like there is always like big pains around that, but yeah, we're working on that. But I think like the also like the TLDR of like the UI part is that Snaps will enable also like a UI extension. So for any like future Snaps developer here, I think this is also something super exciting because you can actually like extend the functionality with directly like some AI components in directly in the extension.
Thank you.
All right, nice. Any more questions? Oh, there.
Yeah, hi. I guess this is a question directed at Francesco as well for Snaps. So can you share a little bit about why Snaps as a concept was like conceived, like what made the developers of MetaMask or Consensys decide to build something that is focused on developers?
Yeah, this is a good question. So, before, like, so I started my talk, I think, I don't know, like last year with Snaps, basically like mentioning something like, I don't know if you check out like our MetaMask like repo, like back in the days we had something like, 1,400 like open PRs, like literally like features, feedbacks was crazy, right? And literally like one every like 2 days, people are coming like, hey, can we have natively integrated our tech? It's always the same, right? And we ask ourselves, with this way, with this level of ask, we'll never be able to satisfy like feature development. And I think like we actually came back on a more on a higher picture. We said, okay, how is actually looking in a Web3 process, how we are actually reaching out to this permissionless innovation setup. And the only way to do that is satisfying third-party builders in the community. And that's basically like where we came out with this kind of Snaps concept, like to extend fully functionality and in the future UI components on top of like the wallet. And that's basically how we started. So 18 months ago, we released fully Snaps on Flask, meaning you can actually develop Snaps on Flask. And during permissionless, we release those 36 allow lists of Snaps that you can directly install on production.
So it was really because of all the pull requests on GitHub that kind of led.
Yeah, exactly. So mostly because so many people have different requests. And we don't think that in the future the company are able to satisfy also like the speed of innovation that all our community is asking for, and that's where actually we enable all this innovation. So that's how we started, and there are also different things. Like we would love to to have more community-owned kind of like functionalities. I think like I just want to reiterate, Snaps are built by third-party builders, companies like startup, individual contributors, and this is how really like we're enabling. And right now, I don't know, I did my first MetaMask transaction, I don't know, maybe 6 years ago, and it was just a normal peer-to-peer transaction. And I remember like now, like how we're using MetaMask, like in general, like is an ecosystem thing. It's kind of like a cultural common. And now like we're going on more on a more lower layer where actually like we can expand and people can be like literally like modular on top of like the wallet itself. And I mentioned that before in the talk, like it will not surprise me if there will be much more standardization around adoption of Snaps on different wallets. I think that's super cool. The only things that we need to keep in mind is we want to do that preserving the rights of the users. And not just shipping features that are, let's say, compromising that vision. I think there will be at the end of the day like a trade-off, and user will decide which type of features they want to use. Like we are not pushing a specific Snaps use case compared to other Snaps use case. We want the users to make this decision, right? Like as you saw, like for the directory, we have transaction inside Snaps, and you see like something like 15 different Snaps. And they're built by different companies doing different like security, having different security tech Snaps. And I think at the end of the day, like users will perceive and will see different innovation. Yes, this is for users, but on the developer side, like you're open to everything is open source. Also the Snaps being issued are all, you can see the repo, you can fork it, you can rebuild it. But the cool thing is that it's really like enabling every builder out there to extend in the functionality of what the wallet does today.
I can talk very briefly about being on the other side of that. So I or my team have submitted, I think, 2 different PRs to the main MetaMask. This was in maybe 1.5 years ago, and then waited for multiple months with no response, you know, or some response saying maybe, but we'll look at it kind of thing. So then after that, the response that we got was, oh, hey, there's MetaMask snaps. Why don't you do this inside a snap instead? So like, oh, okay, finally, you know. So that's been my experience. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is a good point. And you even built the Dera snap back in Singapore. It was amazing. Yeah. And like the interoperability category is also super interesting, because right now, like every 2 weeks, there are either new layer 2s or like layer 1s. And you know, like the only way that you can actually integrate directly if it's fully non-EVM is like through snaps now. And before, we got bombarded really by native integration, adding new networks, and now like there is a way, right? So I think this is also our responsibility to provide like a full standardized infrastructure, fully audited for developer out there. Because if we're not standardizing things, we cannot build further. Same with like what we're discussing with EIP. EIP gave us like a way to discuss things and build on top of that. So that's where it really is exciting. Yeah.
All right, that's great. So that's the end of this panel discussion. Everyone, let's give them a round of applause.
All right, thank you very much for this informative session. Next, we will have Kim as our moderator. Topic with 3 beautiful ME researchers to share about their life. Applause, please.
Yeah. Hello? 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 Yeah, seems to be better. I guess. Hello? Hello? Okay. Should be okay now. Seems like stable. Okay, it's not. Okay. Maybe we turn that off first. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Later we'll just swap it. Yeah. Hi everyone. Hi everyone to the live FME researcher panel. We are super excited. It's very rare that you can gather more than one searcher physically available, technically, right? If you search on Google, YouTube or Google, like talks about math searchers, right? You can't find many interviews. Maybe the one is from Uncommon Core or even Bell Curve recently, right? Like there are technically not that much researcher panel available, or even the discussions. So today is very happy. We have 3 searchers here which have experience in math searching. So yeah, I think we can start a little bit. So maybe the panelists, you can just introduce yourself and what you're doing, and also how you get involved with map searching. Maybe start with Wihao.
Oh, sure. Hi, my name is Wihao. I am founder and CEO of Toka Labs. We are a cryptocurrency trading firm based in Singapore, and we do DeFi strategies like MEV searching, block building, intent-based trading.
Hi, my name is Triv. I'm from Malaysia. So I started MEV searching by myself in April 2022 and have been searching solo until now, mostly doing arbitrage and liquidations and some long tail stuff.
GM, I'm lib, EVM, X, Map Searcher, now block building and data indexing. Yeah, hello.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I think just to start the stage, maybe the audience can maybe get you guys interact with you guys a bit. Anyone here familiar about MEV? Heard about MEV before? Yeah, I think most 50% of them actually heard about MEV before. But yeah, I think we still go with a little bit about defining what is MEV, right? Because if you watch like online articles or even flashbulbs, they mention like no one can even define MEV well, right? Everyone have his own definition in some way. Maybe you can share your thoughts in terms of what is MEV, and yeah, what is MEV? Yeah.
I mean, the name stands for what? Minor extractable value in the past, and ever since we switched to POS, become maximum extractable value, right? So to me, it's about creating extra value out of the transactions, right? Because ordering itself has value, right? Trying to do that, creating extra transactions, that's to me is MEV.
I would classify MEV as three things. They're either extractive, I forgot already. But there's three things. It's extractive, either it's taken from users or it's just there in the blockchain for you to take because of the activities from multiple users. And there's also essential MEV, where a lot of dApps actually depend on us MEV searchers to carry out actions and check the blockchain in order to and send transactions to do these actions in order for the dApps to perform as intended.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with Triv that it's mostly value that can be extractable. One, it can be predatorial, where given more information from users, you can extract value from it, or it just exists on the blockchain itself. For example, Uniswap schemes for rebasing tokens. But yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we kind of define a little bit about MEV and MEV searching. What technically does is that based on the actual value, what the MEV searcher does is they based on the value available in the blockchain, they search for these extractable values and actually extract them after that. Yeah, I think in that sense, right? Maybe because we have come from actually technically have a team of like map searcher, and while Triv and also a Leap is technically a solo searcher, means that they search alone. Maybe you guys can kind of share about how you guys get involved if maybe searching, and given this context is a team searcher and a solo searcher, how does it differ? How do you usually works? Yeah, maybe we start from Wehao first. Like as a team searcher, like at first how you guys get into MEV, and as a team how you guys kind of separate your work and work together. Yeah.
We started MEV searching actually long back, right? I think in 2020, right? We were happily, just doing stacks arbitrage back then, right? So back then there was no, concept of MVV. It's not well formed, right? So we're happily, just trading. Then as the day goes by, right, the profit started dwindling, right? The transactions started failing more and more, right? Then we started realizing, okay, something is going on, right? Someone seems to be doing something on the blockchain. Then you dive deeper in, okay, there's priority gas auction, things are not as simple as it is. The space getting more competitive. That's where we got involved in MEV searching. Right, so then I think it's been a roller coaster ride, lots of things that we go in. Also today now, I think the team is more well formed, right? I think we have different people focusing on different things, right? So everyone has their own specialty, right? Some people, are better at, let's say infrastructure-wise, nodes, network-wise, so they focus on that. Some people are better at, doing research, looking at, certain opportunities, studying other people's transactions to see what kind of opportunities there are. Some people are better at writing contracts, right? So we kind of split things up based on that, right? We are a little bit bigger now as well. So we also have people, focusing on, different types of strategies on different places. So long story short, everyone focus on their specialty, and then we see how we can combine things together.
Yeah, I think just to follow up with her a bit, since you mentioned about, you have a team that focus on different strategies and stuff, maybe you can further extend, what are the common strategies that you guys usually research on or involve in? Yeah.
We actually do more of the short tail stuff, right? Things that happens a lot more, right? So we have people looking at, let's say, DEX stacks arbitrage, right? Back running, this kind of stuff. We have people looking at, let's say, SEC stacks arbitrage, right? We have people, just maybe generally studying, for new opportunities, right? Basically to just, research and identify whether there are new stuff. That's about it.
Probably start with how I went into MEV. Basically, from my previous job, I wasn't really happy working with a lot of people. I was in managerial positions. So I was like, okay, maybe I should. I saw these, at the time, flash loans were quite the hype at the time. And so there were a lot of videos about MEV. And so I studied a lot of EVM and Solidity and went in, quit my job and just went into MEV solo. And so in contrast with Toka Labs, right, when you are working in a group, you have a lot of, you usually go for the big opportunities, like we call it short tail. But as a solo searcher, you need to do things that are a bit off the beaten path. We call them long tail. Either, for me personally, I would do arbitrage and liquidations, but because I live in Malaysia, my cost of living is a bit lower, I can use strategies that do not get more money, as much money, but has a higher probability of just getting that money, right? And so with this, it kind of, I use this as a base for all my strategies, and that's how one of the differences would be as a solo searcher if you like to get profit as a searcher, yeah.
So how I got into it was that this was back in DeFi summer 2020. I had a friend who was trying to convince him to get into Uniswap, to check out Uniswap. And then so, I would go over to his place and I would code up some Solidity, check out this X, Y equals K formula, very cool. And then as time passes, he got quite proficient in it because we shared like a repository. And then back then I was very naive. I assumed the market was efficient. I assumed that, things would just collapse into place. But then one day when I was at his place, he was using my code to hand arb a 2K opportunity in front of me. And so that was when I realized that, this space is inefficient and maybe if he could do it, why couldn't I? So I just jumped into it. But the types of strategies back then I think it's drastically different from what Triv and the Toka Labs people are doing, because back then there was so much money on the ground that it was just impossible to spend your time doing it all. It was basically picking out the highest EV player, like, okay, which would yield me the most returns given the amount of time, because it was literally, there was money on the floor and you didn't have enough time to pick it up. But those were the glory days and those are gone now.
Yeah, hopefully they come back, right? As you mentioned. Yeah, I think in that sense, we kind of get a little bit in terms of how you get into the space, and also what are the things that you guys are involved, math strategies that you guys are involved in. Yeah, I think one question will be here extended from this, right? I think today's is a ETHKL event. Let's talk a bit about maybe in maybe in ETH, or maybe in other chains, right? But I think it's pretty known that searching on Ethereum is not very profitable anymore. Given the increased competition in the math space in Ethereum, right? I think there's a report. Not sure where I read it, but I think it's like something like the top 10 search wallets actually control 80%, get 80% of the value extracted, something like that. Like basically a very few searchers control extract most of the value, and in the math space. And also given there are like products like flashbots that actually get these math value, extract these values and actually give back to the users or even validators, right? Yeah, I think the thing is that for math searches, you guys still search in the Ethereum space, or you guys actually move on to any other execution environment. Yeah.
For us, we still do it mainly in Ethereum, right? I think for us, the opportunities in other chains are actually very little, right? So we actually focus more on Ethereum. But you're right, I think it's getting harder, right? Margins have come down. So I think we're also trying to do different things, right? Trying to explore more opportunities, like maybe say moving up and down the value chain, right? So that you create more opportunities for ourselves.
So as someone who doesn't have a lot of capital, the issue with searching in Ethereum and flashbots is that in flashbots, you usually those who are able to bribe a lot more. Maybe first of all, if you want to deploy a smart contract, you're going to spend like 100 ringgit, and that's like a week's worth of groceries in Malaysia, right? And second of all is that when you do searching in flashbots, when someone sees your opportunity, they are able to bribe higher. Bribing means they are paying more for the opportunity to get the opportunity instead of you taking the opportunity, which means that it's like a race to the bottom. And so for me as a solo searcher, what I did was I searched more on alternate layer 1s and layer 2s. So that was my thing.
So first comment, if it's competitive on Ethereum, one comment is skill issue. Two, do you search on other chains? black cat, white cat, I don't care, you know, as long as it catches mice. That's all that matters. Money's money, I don't care.
Yeah, maybe to extend on this, some mentioned definitely skill issue could be one, right? Or even I think we have from Taco also mentioned he mainly searches on Ethereum. Maybe just a question here is that since you guys develop multiple strategies, let's say for EVM, I may assume that most of you maybe are more searching in the EVM space. But like how do you usually the usual searching process works? Do you guys come with a strategy, deploy to all the chains, or you deploy to a single chain, or you just research on, let's say, a out chain, let's say some L2 or even some L1, and actually study into it and study the contract for this specific, let's say, Texas or something, and develop a strategy to it. So is it coming from a strategy and develop a common strategy going to all the chains, or it's like pick a lane, pick a game, do the best for it? Like, how do you guys usually tackle this?
I think it really depends, right? Like, for example, let's say your strategy is arbitrage, right? Then I think like Uniswap and its clones is like so commonplace, right? So you automatically can deploy everywhere. But let's say earlier, right, when we're doing things like, let's say on GMX, right, it's only on, let's say, I don't know, Arbitrum, right, only on Avalanche, right? So you can't really deploy everywhere. Then later on, when it becomes prevalent everywhere, then you can do it. So it really depends on the kind of strategy and whether it's actually applicable elsewhere. So we start from the strategy first, lah. That's a long story short.
For my side, so first of all, when you are starting or when I am starting, I just go into any chain that I'm familiar with, and I do my MEV there. Okay, so when you start doing it, only you find what works and what doesn't. You gain understanding of what is your advantage based on the behavior of the blockchain, and from there only you are able to figure out, okay, what other chains is possible where you can still maintain the advantage. And a big issue is that some chains, it might seem the same, but then there's like one special secret sauce that you don't know, that others know, that you just unable to penetrate the market or gain the competitive edge. And so usually for me, I don't deploy on all chains. I just look at what chains I'm good at, and I just focus on that based on the strategies that I have, looking at the transaction cost, the transaction speed, or TPS, or things like that.
Yeah, I think something to note is that different chains have different flavors. So I think ETH is mostly a computer science problem. So it's like the traveling salesman problem. For other chains, it's mostly infrastructure, like how fast can you get to the node? Do you have an inside connection that lets you know where the node is located at? Like do you have a direct connection to the validators? So it's like you want to find your edge where you can maximize it. And like what Triv said, if somehow even though you were sending bundles that were more competitive, but somehow they knew where the validators were located at, and they edge you out in that milliseconds when it's a 1 second block time, they're gonna win. So yeah, that's you have to find your edge on different chains. And not all chains, unless it's like Uniswap v2, will be replicable, like the GMX example. And on ETH, you have a lot of weird examples that we can probably go into later, but yeah.
Yep. I'm actually pretty curious of the weird examples. I think this is the one of the section that I'm most excited with. It's like, can you share any particularly interesting math searching stories or PvP experience you observe or involved before? I think this is something like everyone like to hear about. As math is the dark forest. Can share any insights that you guys kind of observed before, like any math searching stories or PvP stories. Yeah, that is interesting for the audience.
I don't know, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I have one story to tell. Basically, okay, in DeFi, you have these lending and borrowing apps, right? Where you deposit some value tokens, and then you are able to borrow other tokens, right? In alternate layer 1s and layer 2s, they accept bridge tokens. Bridge meaning that the actual asset is stored in Ethereum in a smart contract, and they issue bridge tokens on the layer 2 or the alternate layer 1, right? And so you are able to borrow and lend these tokens. Now, when the bridge gets hacked in Ethereum, let's say, those tokens that were in Ethereum are gone. And so the bridge tokens on the alternate layer 1 and layer 2 are essentially worthless, right? Because they are unbacked. Now, what happens is the Uniswap V2 pool, they become skewed, right? Because everyone wants to dump their useless bridge tokens, right? However, these borrowing and lending platforms, apps, they depend on Chainlink oracles. And if you're not sure, Chainlink oracles, they report on the real world price of the asset. The real world price, there's no issue. The main issue is the bridge tokens. And so you have this issue where people who deposit these worthless tokens and borrow valuable tokens, you cannot liquidate them using Uniswap V2. The math doesn't check out. I think you can think about this later. However, people who deposit valuable tokens and borrow bridge tokens, the worthless ones, you as a liquidator, MVP searcher, you can liquidate them and you can get extra. You can get extra because you can get those tokens for cheap in the Uniswap V2 pool that has been dumped with all the users' tokens. Now, when the protocol says, okay, in this deadline, I'm going to assume all your deposits of these bridge tokens is worthless, and so at that time, you can liquidate all the users, right? So I wrote my bot to liquidate all the users. I was like, okay, I'm going to handle this case, the people who deposit and borrow these users' tokens. And then when the deadline came, I was the only one who was liquidating everyone, right? Now, there's one thing I missed though, was that actually, for the case where someone deposits the worthless token and borrows another worthless token, they can be liquidated too, because both are worthless tokens, and the math checks out. I forgot this. And so 2 days later, someone was messaging on Discord, on the Alt L1 Discord, hey, why aren't these people being liquidated? And then 2 hours later, he liquidated everyone that I missed out. So that's the story of how I left money on the table and I lost to normal users. And those normal users might have been, could have been anyone here. And so just keep an eye out on what's happening on your favorite blockchain.
So this was in 2020, so it's been a while, but keep in mind when there's one opportunity, and after Flashbots came around, so it used to be PGA, but so you would spam the network, but then after Flashbots came, it became a blind auction, so it was a binary thing. Either your transaction got included or it didn't. So generally, when there's one opportunity, that means there's one victor, okay? And this is a big issue if there's more than one of you. Let's just put it that way. And so we were noticing that we were going into a bidding war with a Ukrainian guy. We assume he's Ukrainian, but we're going into a bidding war. We were bidding up to 99% of the profits. And so the guy just commented on our address on Etherscan, and then it's like, TG, and it was just his telegram. And so we went into a group with him, and it's like, let's just split 50-50, because there was only 2 of us. And so, yeah, we split the profits 50-50 for like a good few months. Like, we didn't even turn on the bot at all, like afterwards. He just kind of sent us money routinely. It was pretty epic.
Well, I wish I have stories like these, man. Most of the time, it's like, we have sent our things out, then for some reason, someone else sees our bundle, right? Then we went to the Flashbots, we asked him, like, what the hell happened, right? Then we say, it didn't happen once, it happened so many times, right? Then we realized that, okay, actually, not all builders are trustworthy, right? Please be very careful, right? So we end up sending so much transactions, everyone sees our transactions, and then, yeah, I mean, lost some money over there. But anyway, it's all fun and games over here.
Cool. Maybe last question is mentioned. Maybe audience might not be familiar with. You mentioned about like untrustworthy block builder. Why is this an issue in your case? And maybe also the relationship between searcher and builders as well. Maybe just extend your previous point.
Well, because as a searcher, right, I mean, you can propose those transactions, right? You can give the bundles, right? Someone needs to see it, right? So in this case, the builder is the one that sees it. So there's this implicit trust, right, that this builder won't have a conflict of interest. So by and large, the original design, they don't have a conflict of interest, right? Because they are at different parts of the supply chain. But I mean, as all of you have known, right, I think for a builder, it makes sense for them to be a searcher sometimes, right? For a searcher, it also makes sense for them to be a builder. So there is a conflict of interest, right? So again, cannot say names, right? Also cannot say like, for sure if they are doing it, but there's always a suspicion that, okay, sometimes how come my bundle didn't get in? Are they doing something funny, right? Is it because they saw my transaction? So there's always this nagging suspicion, and yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, cool. I think we have 5 minutes. It's a lot of exciting stories that I mentioned. Maybe I'll open some questions to the floor. Anyone have any questions? Yeah. So that. There's one. So tell me which chains.
Hello. Hi, I'm just wondering, right? How important do you think the tech stack is to remain competitive? Does someone who uses Rust or Go, do they have an advantage over someone who uses Python or JavaScript?
I think on Ethereum, it doesn't matter that much. Your block times are 14 seconds. But for like Phantom, Avalanche, BSC, block times of seconds, and you need to compete it in milliseconds, that matters.
What I would say is when you start out, you just you don't have to think much about what kind of tech stack you are using. Even now, my tech stack is not as good because I use Go as my main programming language, right, to write my bots. But then other more sophisticated users will use like Docker to containerize everything. I just use like PM2. I just have a monorepo. I just have just use one GitHub and that's all, right? So in terms of probably if you are worried about speed, you need to go for speed. I think Go or Rust is already good enough. And other than that, if it's not about speed, then whatever works for you is fine.
Yeah, I think something that you're familiar with is more important to move fast, right? The tech itself, as you mentioned, right? I think on Ethereum, I think it's perfectly fine.
I will also add one of the dominant searches back in 2020 and 2021 was running one Python file with 14,000 lines.
I know that guy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any more questions, guys? Yeah. Here. Sorry. I saw a lot of hands. It's exciting stories. Like one here. Sorry, I saw here first. Sorry.
Thanks. Hello. Thanks for the talk. You mentioned the reasonable doubt about builders in some cases. Do you have ideas how to mitigate it? I mean, I guess at some point you could say, oh, this guy has probably wrecked me. I will not transact with him. But if they're big enough, you're the one ending up getting wrecked.
I mean, we tried to maintain a wide list of which are the ones we trusted, right? But after a while, you realize that you just have to try to send to everyone. And I think some of the things you can try to do is to craft certain smart contracts that make things a little bit more complicated, but it's a give and take, right? If you do something a little bit more complicated that makes it difficult for people to copy you, it just adds on to your gas costs, right? So again, for now, to put in a perspective, right, I think the probability of it happening right now we see is as like less than 0.1%, right? It does happen from time to time, but it's a risk that I think you have to decide whether you want to take it or not. So for us, we take it.
I will also add, if it's a dominant builder, hello. Yeah, I'll just add, if it's a dominant builder and let's say you found out that they're colluding, they're a searcher builder, but they control 30% of the blocks. And hypothetically, let's say they only interfere with your blocks 15% of your time. It's still economically in your interest to send it to them because otherwise you lose out in that 15% delta.
You're a bit slow, sir. You lose in the math game. Yeah, not fast.
Hey guys, thank you for the insightful discussion. So I'm just curious, right? All of you guys are waiting for the glory days, hoping for it to come back. My question would be, what would make the glory days come back in your opinion? For example, is it something as simple as an imbalance in supply and demand of like people who are searching and people who are using DeFi? For example, if there's a large influx of new users and mass market adoption, would the glory days come back?
Yeah, I hope that is a simple catalyst that will happen, right? But I think there should be something else beyond that. What it is, I don't know, right? Why did this thing actually kick off? There were some innovations in the space. It brought a lot of people in. And because the space was new, it was inefficient. That's why I think there were these glory days, right? So I think something like this would need to happen before it comes in.
To me, it sounds like the glory days are never coming back because as we become more sophisticated, users and developers are able to funnel all the MEV, all the inefficiencies back to either the validators or the dApp itself or back to the users. And I don't know if you consider like solvers as MEV, and in the future when we have like intent-based transactions, everything there might be so efficient that there's nothing else to extract. So that's one thing that you can consider.
I think the climate might change very quickly. So right now, gas price is below 15 Gui. I think when you have an influx of transactions and your path searching algorithms increase exponentially, some searches will remain more dominant than others. But the glory days will be when Gui is above 150 again.
Okay, so it's a X and Y axis, X axis is the is the glory days, Y axis is the good number of GUI. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's all for the panel. We just arrived. It's 4 now. So that's the end of the panel. You know, thanks all the panelists here sharing their insights on MVV searching. And if you have any question, just ask them, catch up them. You know, ask their favorite any more PV stories and strategies they like about. Yeah. So thanks, guys. Hey, thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Alex.
All right, thank you everyone. No, not thank you everyone. Sorry, thank you for the MEV searchers for sharing their lives. I believe some of you are interested in maybe becoming one as well.
Hello. Sorry. Because sometimes people is annoying online. May I know who is? Where is Alex? 0x brawler. That's a problem. I can't even. Where is he? Sorry. Yeah, let me look for him. He was here just. Sorry. I'm not sure.
This one, the black shirt is.
Yeah. Yeah. That one is curry. Yeah, the black shirt.
Is it the one that's sitting?
I'm not sure. Blue tag. Yeah. Maybe we can check. Else we go with the next one. Sorry. Because he haven't replied. Oh no. He'll be here around 10ish. I think he was.
All right, let's move on to our next session. Let's welcome Curry from Cartridge. He'll be sharing Dojo. All right, round of applause, please. Thank you.
Sorry? Hello everyone. Nice to see you guys. All right. Hello, my name is Kari. I'm a software engineer at Cartridge, and I'm one of the core developer for the Dojo Engine project. So may I know like how many of you guys are familiar with on-chain games? All right. Okay. And what about how many of you guys here know about Starknet? Okay, not many. All right. I guess it's nice to talk about on-chain games in general a little bit. So on-chain games, the idea of on-chain games is that the idea itself is not really very new. It's been around in the blockchain space for quite a bit. But the idea of on-chain game is that instead of having like a conventional games that we are all familiar with now, where we have games and then all the logic itself is served by like a centralized server, usually hosted by the game company itself. So instead of having a centralized server, what if we put all the game logic inside of a blockchain and have all the execution runs handled by the blockchain itself? And before this, when the idea is still very like immature, on-chain games, when people trying to build on-chain games, they were just trying out different stuff. Like instead of having everything on the on-chain on the blockchain, they like kind of maybe have something like skins, like collectibles as an NFTs. So only like a little bit of part of the game. It's not exactly like fully on-chain. It's just like
still traditional, but some part of it is on chain, and also like maybe something like in-game currency, it can be turned into a token, for example. So yeah, and there's like right now there's a lot of research and development efforts that have been put into making this like a proper and into an actual stuff, compelling stuff. So and one of this is this our project. So okay. Okay, so Dojo is a community effort on Starknet to build a provable game engine to build on-chain games in autonomous world. So Dojo is inspired a lot by, we took a lot of lessons from all the teams and people that have been building on-chain games on Starknet, because, and Dojo also is, because back then when oh yeah, I forgot, not many of you guys here know about Starknet, so I guess. Okay, so Starknet is, back on the early days of Starknet, Starknet is ZK rollup on Ethereum. Back on the early days of Starknet, when people were still in the dark ages of Starknet, I would say, when people were still writing Cairo 0. And for those who don't know what Cairo 0 is, Cairo is a smart contract language on Starknet, and it was very notorious for being such a bad language to work with. It was like, compared to something like Solidity, it's very low level. It's kind of like assembly language in some way. But then, even back then, even when the language itself is still very unusable and still very like hard to work with, there were still a lot of people that were already exploring and trying to really push the boundaries of what is possible with the language and the execution environment itself. And one of the and even when it's still very like early, there are already teams that were already trying to build games with it. Especially when back then there were this guy called Guilty Gyoza, if you guys have heard of it from Topology. He was really, I think he was one of that pioneered this movement of on-chain games on Starknet. He was really trying to push the capabilities of Cairo by trying to build this like physics simulations and engines using Cairo, fully on Cairo. And then, yeah, and then he made people realize like how like the possibilities now that we have with Starknet and Cairo, because all this execution resources that we have compared to something like Ethereum, which is for game, it's not really viable in any way, because the Ethereum itself is like it's very expensive, so you can't really do a lot of computations in it. So it's not really something that's very good for games, because games itself. And it really depends on how you build the on-chain games, because some games might need maybe all interactions from the user on the game may require sending transactions, because that's how you can execute something on the blockchain. So if you design a game that's like that requires a lot of interactions from the user, so user would have to send a lot of transactions, and that means user would have to pay money, and especially on Ethereum, because the gas prices are very expensive. So it's not going to be something that people would want to play if you have to pay like $10 to like move. Doesn't make sense. I don't want to play games where I have to pay $10 to just move one spot now. So, and that's why people like kind of like flock to all this like L2s and like rollups, because they promise us like more execution resources, but while being like still very cheap. And sorry. All right. And that's what happened with Dojo. When people are already building games on Starknet, we realized that we need something like Mud. For those who don't know about Mud, Mud is also a game engine, but it's basically on the EVM land. And we took a lot of inspiration from Mud. And all the teams that we're building on Starknet, and then we pool all of our resources into building a generic game engine for people to build, instead of having to design like a bespoke design for your game. So when the new Cairo came along, just like very recently, and in Cairo, before this was like it's such a bad language. I don't want to like emphasize how bad it is, but it's still very powerful because no, the good thing about Cairo is that it's a language that's designed specifically for building programs whose computations can be proven. All right, and and on-chain games, people realize that this is a very powerful feature for like very important and very powerful feature for building on-chain games, because it allows you to instead of having everything running on-chain, what you could do with once you can do something that can be proven, you can instead of running everything on-chain, you can somehow offload some computation off-chain and then just post the proof on-chain. So it's kind of like, you can think of it as like ZK rollup, but it's not ZK rollup. So it's like app chain in some way, but yeah. So anyways, when the new Cairo came along, they introduced like very powerful, like a lot of new features. It took a lot of inspiration from Rust, and they introduces all like high-level abstractions and features like traits, implementations, macros, and type safety. That if you guys are familiar with Rust, it's like it took a lot of inspiration, and the syntax are very much similar, and also has these very powerful features. And the new Cairo also introduces this new very powerful plugin systems, where in Dojo we use this very extensively. And we extend the Cairo compiler itself so that we can define our own set of macros. And these macros are really important because it helps us to provide like a nice abstraction layer and makes the development process much easier for people to build on Dojo, because we're able to hide a lot of the low-level complexities, and also with the macros. For those who are familiar with it, it helps us to like reduce a lot of the boilerplates that you usually do without macros. So it makes the development much cleaner and easier. And like I mentioned, Dojo is a ECS framework. It's a game engine based largely on the ECS software architectural pattern. So ECS is a design that's very popular with video games. Game engine like Unity and Bevy are also using ECS, and it is very powerful because it separates concerns into three main categories, which is entity, component, and system. And the benefit of using ECS, because it's very composable and it's very modular, so it helps in terms of like modularity, and also helps it just makes, because now instead of having people to consider about how you would interact with how you access data, so with the ECS, everything just like very cleanly separated, because everything's now like you only need to consider about these three things: the entity, component, and system. And with Dojo, we handles like most of the stuff for you. So for the developers, it's very good, because you don't have to think about all the technicalities. It helps developers to focus more on designing the game itself rather than having to learn about all the low level stuff. They only need to really focus on the creative aspect of when building the games. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is how you would define a component in Dojo. It's if you can see, it's the syntax is very similar to Rust. The syntax is very similar to Rust. So you define a struct and then the model name, and then you would annotate the type with this model derived macro, and then at the compile time, when you compile the contract, it will generate all the necessary implementations in order for it to work with the Dojo world later. I will show, and then you can derive all the things that's like the copy and drop. So that's like that's Cairo stuff. So it's not really related to Dojo, but anyways. And then you have the key. This is how the component will be indexed in the Dojo storage. And this is how you fetch. The key is necessary just because that's how you would fetch the model value, and then the rest you can just put whatever types of model that you need. And then in terms of systems, this is how you define a systems. defined systems. So it's the syntax is very similar to Stocknet contract. So if you guys have ever written a Stocknet contract before, then the syntax will be very similar. It can be like any arbitrary contract. Actually, you don't even have to annotate the contract with this Dojo contract. You can just use the normal Starnet contract. Anyways, the system is just how you defined the logic of the game, and this is mostly how you define the logic and where you would change the model values, etc. And like I mentioned before, we find our macros, like unique macros that only exist on Dojo. It doesn't exist in the base language itself. So we define several different several macros, and one of the macros is get. It's a get macro that is used to fetch the component values, and with this macro, you really have the syntax is very simple. You don't have to think about. The macros allows us to really hide a lot of the stuff from you. It reduces a lot of boilerplate, because when at compile time, this get macro will expand into like more complex stuff. It would do all this like bit packing and then serialization. But you don't need to know all of that. We hide everything, so you only have to think about how to do you only need to like define this like little. I have to put whatever based on the keys, based on the keys here, which is in this case would be like the player. So you put the key and then the type of the model that you want to fetch. And then we also defined another macro, which is set. This is how you set a value of a model. Again, it's very simple. You don't need to think about all the stuff that's happening underneath. We just have to really use it, and then this is how you like get and set the value entities. So it is kind of like the high level overview of what a Dojo world looks like. So at the top of everything, at a very high level, you have the world contract, which is kind of like an operating system. It's kind of like the operating system for your world. It handles a lot of the low-level stuff like authorization, access control, and also data storage and everything. And then you have in your world, you have the systems that you have defined and the components, but in Dojo we call it as model now, because we want to avoid the confusion between component and an actual like Cairo component, which was just like released a few weeks ago. And then at the world we have this like Tori, which I'll explain a little bit. It's like one of the tools that we have in our toolchain. And Tori is like an indexer where you would index the world, and then you would interact with your Tori instance. You would use our SDKs. Like we will have something like Unity SDKs, React SDKs that we can use to interact with your world. So I'll now go through a little bit about the toolchain, the Dojo toolchain. So one of the things that we really want to focus on Dojo is we want to make the onboarding as smooth as possible. We want to create as less friction as possible for people to play and also build on-chain games. So that's one of the reasons why we really put a lot of effort into building our toolchain. We have several tools that you can use when building on Dojo. First of all is Sozo is the CLI tool. You can think of it as a Swiss Army knife that would allow you to, this is pretty much how you would, the main tool that we use to interrupt the whole development. You use it to build, to test, to deploy, and to interact, also to inspect your world. And it also includes this like little migration planner where you would, when you want to deploy a game on a mainnet, on a chain, on a testnet, for example, that would do all the stuff for you. You don't have to think about anything. You just do a simple like one command, and it will deploy everything on your desired chain. And then another tool that we have is Tori. Tori is an indexer. It's a world indexer. It index all the components and systems of your world and index it in a SQL database that's like very nicely formatted. So, and then you can query all these values using GraphQL and the gRPC endpoints that it serves. And also, Tori also includes type client SDKs. Like I mentioned before, we have a React SDKs and also Rust SDKs, and soon later we will include like third-party integration like Unity and Bevy, so that we can interact. So you can use Dojo with it, like so that you can use Dojo with all the game engines that you're already used to. And also, we have optimistic execution. So this is one of the important things about on-chain games, because on-chain games are in some way are limited by the latency of the blockchain that it is being deployed to. So if you deploy a game on a chain where the block time is like 5 seconds, then you would have to wait for like 5 seconds in order for the state to change. So that, let's say you execute something, so that, for example, if you move in a game and then you interact with the game, you move, for example, then if the block time is like 5 seconds, then you would have to wait like 5 seconds until your player actually move the position. But with optimistic execution is that we don't have to rely on the block time anymore. It's kind of like similar to how optimistic rollup works. So optimistic rollup works in a way that it doesn't need proofs, because people can check that, hey, this execution is correct, and everyone can check correct. So if it's nothing wrong with it, then we don't have to do anything. If it's wrong, then we can send fraud proofs in some way. But yeah, that's kind of similar of how it works with our optimistic execution. And then lastly, we also have Katana. Katana is a blazing fast development sequencer, which has a gaming specific sequencer. It's a gaming specific sequencer to develop and test your. I think it's not working. Okay. To build your to develop what is it D4? How do I turn on? All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So, anyways, Katana is our blazing fast development sequencer, which has a gaming specific features for you to deploy and test your Dojo games. It's highly configurable, and it's also very low latency, so you don't have to be limited with you can configure like how the latency of the block time. Yeah, and that's pretty much like all the stuff that we have at Dojo. And I also want to like show a little bit about what games that have been built with Dojo, and one of which is Drive AI, which we did this during for the demo at ETHCC, where we have this like machine learning simulation written in Cairo using Giza, if I'm not mistaken, using Giza, and everything is like running on using Dojo. So it's like very, very cool. And also we have and also the cartridge. We also just recently we released this game called Roll Your Own, and it also built using the entire stack of Dojo. So if you guys are interested in playing, you can just scan the QR code there. So it's if you guys have played like Drug Wars before, it's pretty much that. And also I also have more games that were built. We have Brick, who is also doing migration to Dojo, and we have all these other games that were built during this recently. We have our first ever Dojo game jam, which is kind of like a hackathon, and people were all the projects that were built during that time. And yeah, and in a few more days, which is October 20, which is like this Friday, we'll be hosting our next Dojo game jam. It's our second one, and yeah, we have $10,000 in the prize pool. So if you guys are interested, you can join. Just scan the QR code above. We are planning to do this in every month or so. So yeah. So if you guys are interested, you can scan the QR code there. All right. Okay. So yeah, if you guys are interested in just contributing to Dojo, you can just open our GitHub repo. We have a lot of contributors that are contributing to Dojo, and also I think we have in the Starknet ecosystem, we have one of the most active and most very strong community. So if you guys interested in helping us developing Dojo, you can just jump in and yeah. Yeah, and yeah, if you guys are interested in joining, you can scan the QR code above to join our Discord channel. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Before any questions from the floor? We have about 3 minutes, maybe for 1 or 2 questions.
I'm just curious about the sequencer. What does it mean to be a gaming specific sequencer?
Good question. Good question. So for gaming for on-chain games to actually be viable at all, you need a blockchain that would have a very low latency. Because if you were to play games on let's say you deploy on-chain games on Ethereum, for example, and Ethereum has this 12 seconds block time, approximate 12-second block time. So it also depends on how you design the game itself. So if you design a game where all the interactions are required some form of transactions from the user, so if users send transactions and then they have to wait 12 seconds for it to be accepted on Ethereum, then only then the state will change, and then they will then after 12 seconds, then they will see their new position or something. So with our gaming specific sequencer, you can change the latency of the blockchain itself, and also soon we'll also have forking, sharding as well. So the idea of sharding is that you can have something let's say you have a server in one location. So instead of, let's say I have a server in US, and then and I'm living here in Malaysia. So instead of having to connect to the US sequencer, then I can just I can somehow spin up the same game, but instead on Malaysia for example, and then people from Malaysia can just connect to that one instead of having to go to the US, something like that. Yeah. Thank you.
Time's up. Right. Okay, I mean, I can just do asking.
You can answer this question. All right. Thank you very much, Harry.
Thank you.
If any of you has more questions, he's gonna be here. So please reach out to him. All right, let's move on to the next session. Let's welcome Alex from Blade Games to share with us tech stacks and mechanism design for autonomous world. Round of applause, please.
Testing, testing. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see the screen. All right. Okay. Before we start, just quick show of hands. I'm gonna ask 3 questions. How many of the people here played games on a weekly basis? All right. How many of you guys have played on-chain games for once? Okay. How many of you guys are building on-chain games? Cool. All right, let's get into it. So basically, we're Blade Games is a fully on-chain game studio. We're building across the L2 stacks. So we've used quite a bit of different stuff from ZKPs to trying out fully homomorphic encryptions to OP stack rollups to some research on Dojo. So I'm going to talk about some of the stuff, how we got here, what we've learned, building these games and having a ton of players kind of flooding the RPC and what breaks and whatnot. And then I'll talk about tech stacks. And then while all of a sudden you have autonomous worlds, kind of a quick rundown of history, what happened in mid 2022 to up until now, after Dark Forest. And then lastly, I'll talk about some things that are interesting to you guys. It's kind of where do we use these technology to make interesting mechanisms. So right after ETH Denver, we talked to a few ZKP researchers, and we're thinking about making a hidden information game that's a dungeon game. So the basic idea of dungeon game is basically you take a group of units, and then you go to the dungeon. There's some creeps you can kill. There's some loot you can capture. But then at the same time, it's an asynchronous game. So where players can preempt and then just put units in the dungeon and then ambush you. And then we basically, if you go in with like 10 units at 10 fighting power, we want something that can compute, and then the other opponent have like 5 fighting power. We want something that's, you don't know that 5 fighting power. You're in the dark. And then the computation results only comes in as encrypted, and you only know, oh, the opponent probably has no less than 5 units, right? So that's something that we can do. So we asked a zero knowledge proof researcher, and then we came up with something that's using fully homomorphic encryptions. So that's basically two parties will come in and then run some computations, and you only know the results instead of the data that's participated in it. So that kind of worked, but then obviously FHE is slower, and then it has a lot of proving cost. And then putting that onto ZK EVM have pretty high gas cost. Plus something that the Dojo person described also, if you want to run like customized block time, for example, you don't want 12 seconds, you want like 2 seconds. And then you had to basically run an app chain. But then run an app chain, you need to run your own provers, which is extra cost. For early stage game studios, we don't think that's a good fit. So we move on to another game. So the second game that we built is called Loot Royale. It's fully on-chain, real-time battle royale game. It's 4 people free-for-all games. And then that's using mud.dev. You guys are probably familiar with this, or this kind of earlier version of, there were kind of early runners of fully on-chain games. So we used this, we launched it about like 16 to 17 days ago. We're currently running at like 20K unique burner wallet addresses. And then about like more than 20, I think we're at 24K sessions completed. So if you want to play the game, you can just go to rolluproyale.netify.app and then just try it out. So this is basically the game build. On the top right, you can basically see there's a smart contract wallet that's there. So that's a burner wallet that's stored in your cache, browser cache. And then there's basically a timer that says time to move. That basically is 2 seconds. So per 2 seconds, the app chain that we customize produce a block. And then players will basically just move from block to block to kind of capture these loot boxes. And then you basically grow your fighting power. But then eventually you'll be basically clashing and walking into the same tile. and then a compute will happen. This happens on 2 levels. Either you can take block height and do a hash number, and then basically turn that into a random number from -65 to +65. Or you can use Automata VRF, which if you really use it, it kind of slows the game down a little bit because you basically have to fetching number from VRF. So the version, we can turn it on and off, but just something that like when you're building games, you can keep in mind of. And then basically everybody stakes some money and then play it, and then eventually there's only one person last standing, and then that's the end of the game. So that you can basically fork some of the backend code and then put that into a wallet, put that into a chain, or put that into onto a cross-chain bridge, and then play it with their tokens. So that's kind of the magic and kind of beauty of really fully on-chain games, that you can, it's really composable, and then you can do like profit shares and stuff. So what we learned from that, so thanks to our CTO Sosumi, so we broke the RPC for a few times. So basically the game is down in the first 2 to 3 hours. It broke like 2 times because the sudden influx of traffic. So basically the third point, so basically you had to do a lot of RPC scaling. You have to basically, you need your own custom nodes as well as indexers. RPC hit rate is delicate. What does that mean? So when you send a bunch of transactions onto the blockchain, some transactions doesn't get bundled into that particular block, and then that'll basically drag your unit to the original position because every move is actually a transaction. So how do you actually make sure the RPC hit rate is kind of less laggy? Because you'll be basically seeing a lot of just attacks doesn't go through, or kind of just like movements doesn't go through. So how do you optimize your smart contracts to a place where RPC hits more often and more accurately is a big issue. And then also like when you really trying to put like smart contract wallet into the game, whoever's building it feels like it's pretty intuitive. But then actually when you actually to push this to like, let's say like 10,000 players, there's quite a bit of people don't understand the difference between a smart contract wallet that's in browser and then a plugin that's MetaMask. So when you design those, you have to be very careful with UI UX design to make sure this is like pretty intuitive. One of the way to do it is just to embed this and then have your faucet to kind of just send tokens, and then people don't even see the wallet, and then they just play with it. Our version kind of exposed the wallet front end, and then it's just everybody kind of just asking, oh, how's this different from what MetaMask? Which one should we use? So that's something you can avoid. Or you can just have people just kind of click in there, but then at the same time that just mint a 6551 token, and then people can use that as a wallet, kind of linked to their social addresses and stuff. And then lastly, definitely have your, if you scale beyond a certain point, then having customized indexers. If you're building just like more people, let's say just kind of like BattleBit remaster, you have 100 people playing at the same time in the same room, definitely you need to have your own indexer to pick up data. And then the second game that we're working on is basically writing code in C#, and then that's in ECS, Entity Component System Design Patterns. And then you can basically put, let's say, just creep spawns or attacks, or kind of just loots and stuff, and then prove that part of the logic with ZK-Wasm. So that game will be running on a server, but then at the same time, the gameplay, part of the gameplay or entirety of the gameplay will be able to is provable on ZK-Wasm. You can also do that with Cairo on Cairo VM, which Shoshin, which some of the game built by Topology is doing right now. But then there's something that you need to also be careful with. There's something we're figuring out. We're definitely open to talk to you guys like on hash, to kind of just jam on ideas on this, which is how do you actually write those circuits, and then how does those circuits kind of reduce verification costs or even more like proof costs? Because for example, like ZK-Wasm is using Halo 2, and then the following Groth 16, the following Halo 2 doesn't have like a dedicated proof aggregation system that reduces large amount of ZKP proving costs. So that's something that's also something when you try to grow audiences. Yeah. Tech stacks. So MUD, we're short on time, so we'll just speed up a little bit. So MUD basically have a very nice on-chain database. It's SQLite. Basically, it's when you query data, it's very the data size is quite small, and then it's easier to put into browser. A lot of the browser game you can actually make it with MUD quite easily, and then it's just better at dealing with state changes versus some of the stuff you see at like Diamond proxies and stuff. World is basically just a kernel or kind of environment for you to put access control and control versions and stuff. Indexers, bear in mind if you use MUD v1 is not, I don't think it's available to public right now, but then the MUD v1, v2 indexer is quite different. Further down the road, if you want to build like games that runs with a lot more players, you might want to write your own indexer in Go language instead of Solidity, just to accommodate much more traffic. Some of the useful links if you want to take picture, or you can DM us on Twitter. I'll just send the DEX link. Emojimon, basically you want to play it out with the basic tutorial. If anybody have played with FinTech and stuff, progressive web app that basically skips the entirety of App Store and stuff. So there's like already made libraries out there. MUD tokens, definitely remember to write a withdrawal function from world contract. So that like even if you issue token, you want to take it out or you want to put it on the DEX, the tokens runs on the world contracts, and definitely write a withdraw function. There's some interesting like design challenges for Skystripe, which is the kind of just like a flagship game for mud.dev that people are running different kind of plugins. Frenzy plugin is basically in a 3x3 square, your units attacks any 3x3 range units automatically and then returns to the same position. And then there's Unity Godot integration with MUD coming out. Dojo, I'll save us some time because it gets talked quite a bit in the previous session. And then there's Keystone, Argus, and Paima. They have different features. Keystone's basically running for gas optimization purposes. They have precompiles. A precompile is basically turning a lot of the bytecodes, let's say like 0x, ABCDEFG, 1, 2, 3, 4 into 0x2. And then that saves a lot of gas and kind of block spaces. And then also they use Go language to rewrote the entire OP stack rollup framework. So just to play more, be able to build more kind of RTS or MMORPG games. They have a pretty cool RTS game coming up next year. So definitely check them out. Argus is more kind of just Kubernetes for game engines. You write configs, and then they provide quite a bit of technical help, and then you can basically deploy with any of the current existing on-chain game engines. And then they have some game shards that just scales the game much better because the state changes are managed in their respective shards. And then they have some customized sequencer, which gets talked about quite a bit. You want to customize the pace of the game. They have some games in the pipeline. You want to watch their video. I think happened in October. You can check out the video there. Paima, there's a few games that is live already. The good thing is you can basically write JavaScript with it. So definitely try it out. So what are some of the rollup frameworks that you'll be working with if you're not building on Optimism or you just want to have more freedom over how the game is paced? So you can do Altlayer. It's pretty good for games that doesn't have a big room, and then you have like 400 people playing in the same room, and you want to manage those state changes all at the same time. So if you're running, let's say, like a Reddit or like a WhatsApp channels, they'd be basically spinning up like 20 rollups and then manage room 1 to 20 and then 21 to 40 per rollup, and then they roll those states back to their beacon layer. So you can scale your game horizontally across different rollups, and then if, let's say, Saturday, Sunday, today, quite a bit of people playing, you can basically ask them to scale up like 4-day rollups for you. And then weekdays, maybe not that many people playing, you can ask them to drive it down to like 5 and stuff. So pretty neat rollup frameworks there. We're working with them. On Caldera, there's a pretty famous game, Primordium, that's out there. And they're offering a lot more kind of customization across the OP stack framework. Definitely check them out. And then there's Conduit. I think Asian8 announced some partnerships with them during Token 2049, so there's something you can check it out as well. ZK Wasm, there's something that I think that's quite interesting. It's just like if you use these kind of OP stack kind of tech stacks, it's great for turn-based games. But if you want to run like tower defense games or like shooting games or any type of like really real-time games, you probably want to put some of the game's logic on the server, and then it's easier to run, and then you use zero knowledge proof to prove it. So use Rust, use Bevy engine, and then use RISC-0. Or you want to use ZK-Wasm, just use C++ or C. Or lastly, there's a very interesting new project that that's coming out. That's after you use these and you have like 5,000 players playing, you use Nebra 1 to drive down the proving cost. If you're, let's say, generating like 200K proofs, 200K proofs a month, you will need Nebra 1. They'll go live on Cephalia testnet next month. Messaging protocols, Web3MQ, Sending Labs, just check those out. Pretty good messaging tools. Why all of a sudden you have autonomous worlds? Well, right after Dark Forest was created in 2020, there were just a small group of builders on Gnosis chain on Ethereum were building games. But then 0x Park announced autonomous world residency in 2022. They demoed the game, I think 1 or 2 games in last year's DevCon Bogota, and then they have a secret SkyStripe tournament hosted. And then that's kind of where the initial core of people, and then Curio and Argus was also building out around that time. And then they gathered together and put together a book called the Autonomous World Book. You can check out some of the stuff on aw.network, but then they just like spread kind of the book around and then just make it kind of like a mafia kind of thing. And then a Moving Castle was kind of the project team that put the book together. If you want to read out the book, I think there's copies that's out there, that's on the internet. You can just search for it. It's out there. There's some pretty interesting pieces. I think Strongest Crypto Gaming Thesis by Gupsheep. That's quite nice. There's also like Ludens from Mud that wrote a case for autonomous world. Timekeeping for digital gauze is very interesting. You should check it out. They're basically describing kind of building virtual physics and like kind of just laws of a virtual world running fully on blockchain. And then in May, there's On-Chain Game Summit, and then there's like ETH Global Autonomous World Hackathon. And then now all of a sudden you have people that are building on Starknet, people building on like Optimism, and then like on Solana and different kind of builders that's out there. It's kind of, you have a sudden influx of new builders that's out there. And then also definitely make sure that you check out Lootverse. That means basically Loot Bag, Realms, Crescent Caverns, as well as some of the stuff that's out there. Why is it important? Some of the games on Autonomous Worlds that you're using have to have stories. So stories can range from a newspaper, article, a novel, or kind of characters, spell books, skill trees, and all that stuff. So you can find those fully on chain out of the metadata that's stored on Realms, let's say a map, or like weapons on, let's say, on Lootback. So definitely try it out. Some of the stuff I put there, basically from low fidelity, it's just a few words. You can basically use Stability XL, Stable Diffusion to actually turn this into high fidelity characters, and then just ask the community around you or your friends to kind of just run these content contests, which I think is quite interesting, especially when you're like bootstrapping early communities of any games. So just having these like shared stories and then having these like rooms for imagination is quite important. Mechanism design. So this is something that we've recently talked about with a friend called Gink. You can follow him on Twitter. So ERC 6551 basically decouples your account from approval functions. And then what you can do is basically run these little arcades. Then you can basically program a little arcade, let's say just like a ping pong game, or let's say like a tank game. And then you say, hey, if this player pays 0.01 ETH and then play the game, if they finish the game, I store like 10 USDC within the ERC 6551 token. If they finished it, then they can take the money. Otherwise, they have to pay like 1 USDC to participate in the game. So that way, you can basically have a ton of different little arcades that's running fully on chain. You can test this with a group of friends of yours, and then just like use it as an interesting contest with them. So that's async battle. Like, what does sync battle means? So you'll be basically, you can also program characters. So like Shoshin have this code that basically program your characters and say, like, in condition A, your character does this. Condition B, your program does this. And then you have another player that's also condition A does this, condition B does this. And then basically you can have a sync battle between two kind of on-chain entities. And then both of them holds like 100 USDC, and whoever wins takes the other person's 100 USDC. So that's very, very interesting design space. You can basically use AIs to fight against each other and then just speculate on them. And then there's one last thing called like player-owned NPC. Basically, you just do these like miniature dexes, decentralized exchanges, and then say, oh, I have these much resources. If you give me this, I'll give you that. So that's very interesting design patterns there. ZK Hunt, it just came out, I think, 2 days ago. We're running a little short on time. You can take a picture on this, but very, very interesting. So remember, like at the beginning, we talked about FHE and just hidden information game. They have a challenge response system that deals with hidden information. And then if you propose this challenge and then search, after X amount of time, if the player doesn't respond, you can slash them on chain. And then because these messages are only visible to that particular addresses, the rest of the players cannot see them. So there's quite a bit of excitement you can, or fear you can put in players' heart to kind of just using these hidden information techniques. There's more stuff that's written by tonk.gg, commit reveal schemes, multi-party computation. I'll just not talk about too much on this. And then real-time games, like if you really, really just want to run like World of Warcraft, a fork on World of Warcraft on a blockchain, check out using, remember, like it's not there, it's not being talked about for quite some time, but state channel still works quite nicely, because if you're just running for like 5 people or 7 people and then they're kind of just farming a boss, you can just basically run state channels and then communicate state changes. And then after you close that session, like you leave that particular room, the kind of state changes are summarized and push it back. You push the CKP to the DA layer or to the rollup layer, and then just that concludes that. There's also very interesting, like Ryan Burmack's, like Berkman's basically running these like CKP machines, and then if you have more people running the machines, you have more ticks, and then people are rewarded based on the number of proofs that you prove. It's also very, very interesting. And then the game's kind of just gradually slows down over time, and then the game kind of just concludes on a certain time. And then that's pretty much it. That's a speed run. So if you have any questions, be happy to answer that. Or if you want to talk about game design and stuff.
Any question from the floor? We have about 5 minutes, so maybe 2 or 3 questions. Show of hands.
Cool.
All right. Well, then, thank you, Alex. Oh, yes.
Yeah, sorry. So the AW space is growing very fast, and then there's certainly opportunities in here. You can see we partner with a lot of the ZK teams and AW teams. So now we're growing a little slightly faster, so we just need like a front end guy. So yeah, if you're interested, yeah, we're hiring. Yeah.
Whoever that's interested, please, there's a chance here. Reach out. It's your opportunity. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Since we still have a few minutes, maybe if you want to take a short break, we can take about 5 minutes break if you want. We will be back in 5 o'clock sharp. All right, let's start with the next session. Let's welcome Abhishek from the Impact Wave, sharing the social impact investment using DeFi, NFTs, and AI. Please give a big round of applause for the last speaker of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, everyone. Last session today, right? So definitely not a technical one. No codes, nothing. For the next, 25 minutes? Not even 30 minutes. Yeah, my talk is pretty timed. So for the next 25 minutes, we are going to delving deep into this topic, fintech for a sustainable future. Social impact investments using DeFi, NFTs, AI, a combination of all of those. And so how exactly we are doing that? I'm going to share with you with the help of two stories, right? Plain and simple, two stories, these two. So again, as I mentioned, completely non-technical talk, and the objective, the agenda is to help all of us understand that where have the use cases grown into, what kind of use cases have started to come out, and what we can do with technologies such as not only just blockchain, but diving deep into DeFi, right? Borderless finance, helping segments, sectors, populations such as farmers, smallholder farmers, not those yield farmers, actual real world farmers, growing crops, harvesting crops, how we can help them using such technologies which they are not even aware of. Not a single farmer in my story, the two faces that you see here, yeah, those are definitely fictional, but thousands of real farmers, right? So none of them have an idea what DeFi is, what even blockchain is, what NFTs are, right? Not even nothing about that. So that's exactly. So I'm going to take the help of two different stories. I've worked across these three areas. You can see the maps. Number one is Europe. So I'm going to talk about an initiative in Europe, where we are again using blockchain, DeFi, NFT, all of that. And the another story, second part of my talk, is going to be a story of financial inclusion across Africa. As you can see there, that's Africa and India. Same story across both the country and the continent. So yeah, so these are the stories that I'm going to take the help of. As I already mentioned, this is how it has, the areas that it works in. But the challenge that we are solving with blockchain across these population segments can also be done across other countries, other continents also, because these kinds of challenges are exactly same across all those areas. Right? If I'm talking about a farmer-specific problem, agri-specific problem in India, which I'm going to solve with the help of blockchain technology, I can solve the same problem with blockchain in any part of Europe, in Australia, in Colombia, anywhere, because the agri market, all of that works pretty much similar. So the first story, the first concept, the first story is about asset management for positive impact investment. So what are the problems? Firstly, when we are talking about positive impact investments, it is actually, if you're a donor, it could be a retail donor, such as you, me, or it could be an institutional donor who have a corporate social responsibility fund associated for donating to certain causes, right? Earmarked, they have these funds earmarked for such donations, not for business, or anything else. Globally, 2.2 trillion such funds are available, such donations are done worldwide. Out of that, just in Europe, and that's the reason why you could see that the first story revolves around Europe, we chose Europe as a market, is because $87 billion of that is completely online donations. The problem is that the experience is very bad. And not just the experience, I'm not just talking about user experience or user interface, the experience of transparency, credibility, all of that is very shady. And now you can understand, because of all of those characteristics is where blockchain technology comes in, is where decentralized finance comes in, is where people who are doing such donations wanted a solution which is much better, which is much more transparent, much more robust, much more credible. All of those characteristics bundled into one. So that's why. And that's why the target, because 87 billion online donations, specifically when they're online, is what a platform can do. But what are the problems, right? So these are the problems to funding an initiative. This is why when we go a step back, we can understand that why even apply blockchain technology to this. Number one is changing donor priorities, right? Lack of awareness, lack of transparency and credibility, as I just mentioned, right? All of that plagues this entire ecosystem where the donors are left confused about the kind of impact they're able to make. Now, this is where a platform with blockchain technology, with a ledger, right, with a distributed ledger comes in, because at the end of the quarter, they are able to see exactly the kind of impact they were able to create over this quarter. And how is the measurement done? The measurement is done because right from the giver to the receiver, the donor to the receiver, and any subsequent activities on the subsequent activities by the receivers are all recorded on the blockchain, which means that each piece of data, every item is on the blockchain, is on the ledger, and we can have such an easy access to it at the end of the quarter. We'll tell you how AI comes into it later. So overall, institutional, we saw. Just retail, you, me, others, retail households have more than $963 billion earmarked for this. So you can imagine that the numbers are so big. And these are not people looking to, spend these on lifestyle or anything else. These are earmarked in your mindset. If you're a retail investor, you have this mindset that, yes, I'm going to donate to COVID. I'm going to donate to healthcare. I'm going to donate to social impact. I'm going to donate to farmers, children, poverty, biodiversity, whatever it is. You have already earmarked this kind of a fund in your mind that you'll be donating to something. But then at the end of the day, what happens is these people have no motivation or knowledge of how to do it. I'll tell you. I didn't used to donate, right? I didn't used to earn before, maybe quite a few years back, so I didn't ever donated. But during COVID, I was so touched and I wanted to donate, and it was so complex. I did see that during COVID, there were so many organizations who were able to accept crypto payments as well. Vitalik did some donations completely in crypto, right? And there were other people also who were able to do that. That kind of opened the eyes that, okay, even people have now started donating in crypto, and on top of that, receivers have started, organizations, entities have started accepting crypto as donations. Now, that's a huge thing, especially in a country like India, where the crypto laws were very gray. A huge tax has been implemented right now, kind of making it legal, but still, it's such a tax that people are not creating a lot of business use cases because of this tax law. But with the presence of all of that, it became very difficult to understand that, okay, what kind of entities and organizations can really accept crypto, right? So that's where a platform is needed. So another number, 73% of people who want to fund an impact, they have an inclination of funding an impact, but ultimately 16% are only able to do that. 57% have no clue exactly what is happening, what kind of an impact they're able to whether measure or not. What happens after 3 months? Do they know that how many children they were able to feed? Do they know that how many children they were able to teach or get taught, right? Nothing, none of that. And this is not just retail households. Institutions have a more important, benchmark that's needed for them to understand what kind of an impact they were able to create, and hence they need to again gear their funds for the next year or next quarter or next, half a year. All of these issues make an initiative underfunded. But the problem is that whenever an initiative goes underfunded, it's not like if I need $1 million, I'm getting 200K, so I'll get 20% of the job done. It doesn't work that way. If you're getting 20% of the funds, you're going to get zero work done, because there's a minimum investment that's needed to get some activity, some social activity, some impact created. Right? If you're getting maybe 10 or 20% of your fund requirement, it's not like you're going to be able to, so you won't be able to deploy any of your strategies. So you cannot just create an impact in 20% of the farmers, right? That's nonsense. So that's why an underfunded initiative is a huge issue. So 80% such initiatives are underfunded. That's where this platform comes in, right? The impact wave. So I founded this platform some time back. And what it does is it allows you to streamline your funds in a fashion where you do not need to pick specific organizations or entities to be able to give money to. What happens is that there are vetted organizations, entities, starting with Europe, which vetted by the platform, who have certain requirements, everything all on the ledger. Now, once you as a funder specify, you just have to come on the platform and you have to specify that, okay, I want to invest in 3 different categories. I want to fund 3 different impact causes. One is healthcare, maybe 30% of my funds, 20% to children education, and maybe remaining maybe 2 more for causes, or maybe one cause 50% to say biodiversity or poverty or anything like that, right? You just tell the platform that these are my preferences, or these are my mandates, maybe because as a corporate you might have certain mandates to choose causes around a certain specific domain. Once you do that, the platform would be able to, now that's where the AI comes. So the platform is going to decide that, okay, based on your kind of an investment, you have $1 billion worth of funds or $10 million, $1 million, whatever it is you have, what we're going to do is we're going to implement some AI. Blockchain is already there, and we're going to tell you, not even tell you, we're just going to implement it, deploy your funds, all open, all transparent, all credible on the blockchain to certain specific vetted organizations. If you're not happy with it, you get a chance to come and change your preferences. And even at the end of the quarter, you would automatically get a chance because you want to see the exact kind of an impact you were able to create. And that will tell you that, okay, no, this is not working out. Maybe now I need to change the organizations, or maybe I need to change my preferences from 30% to 50% on healthcare, or whatever it is, right? So that kind of an mixing, that kind of a preference setting can be done maybe quarter to quarter based on your mandates. And that's where blockchain and AI can come in, and that's what they help you achieve, right? So with this, just by trying, even as a retailer or as an institutional lender, just by able to do this using all of these features, of course, just try to imagine the kind of an impact you would be able to create globally, right? In the lives of millions. You have the funds. It's not like you need to earmark separate funds. You have the funds, the institutions have the funds. It's just that they're not reaching the right receivers. And the problem is that it's not just because you maybe are working with the government and the government is corrupt and they are not eventually sending out the money, they're all eating up the money. It's not like that. If that would have been the case, it would have been a separate challenge to solve. But because that is not the case, then why are you getting hamstrung with this problem of technology, where technology can really help and help you create this kind of an impact? That's it. So that's something that is now in Europe, and we're going to go in other places as well. But with that, let's move on to the second story. Just to recap what we started with, why am I discussing two stories today? Not specifically what impact investments are or what NFTs can do. The idea is that how can we create social impact? How can we create positive impact with investments using blockchain technology, using decentralized finance, all those technologies, the NFTs, and how and what kind of an impact we can create, or what kind of use cases have already been creating such impact. This was in fact this has been my Ethereum Foundation Fellowship project as well. Farmer financing, financial inclusion using blockchain technology, public good use case using Ethereum. So that's where it started in India with one brand which I founded in 2019. Now working with a brand in Africa, doing a very similar thing, helping farmers earn a lot of incremental income using blockchain technology. So, but again, here a problem slide. What are the problems that have been there? Number one, indebtedness by the farmers. Taking a step back, even before discussing the problems, taking a step back, why do we even need such a solution? Why do farmers? What kind of problems are these farmers facing? Right after harvesting a crop, and I'm talking about 140 different crops that we've worked with in the past across both the continents, 140 different crops which you can store in a warehouse. These are all non-perishable crops, and you can take a loan against, you can pledge these crops. This is the model, right? Just to get everyone on the same page. The model is that you can take a loan against your crop. Say you have 500 quintals of rice or soybean, corn, whatever it is, right? You want to take a loan against it, you can, using blockchain technology. So that's what the premise is. Now, why do you even need that? Because as a farmer, you've been facing these problems, adverse weather conditions, indebtedness, a lot of intermediaries in between, eating up your margins, all of these problems, high agricultural cost. A farmer deals with so many problems, right? So those are problems. Now, these problems ultimately result into a lot of suicides. Can someone guess? I have 10 more minutes. Can someone guess? In India, over a time period of 15 years, how many farmers might have committed suicides? I'll tell you the period, 95 to 2010. That's the good data that I got. I mean, not a good data, but I mean, that's the data I got. Any clue? 5,000. Anyone else? 5,001, 5,002, 5,003. Anyone else? Yeah, we should not be doing that. Any other number in India? 100,000. That's a big number, right? 100,000. What about Africa? The entire African continent? Any clue? Any number? So for India, I've got two numbers. For Africa, no, much bigger place. 1 million. Okay. All right. Okay. Maybe not 1 million. That's a lot. Okay. So yeah. So these are the grave numbers. That's how grave the situation is. More than 0.75 million plus farmers committed suicides in Africa, the entire African continent between that period. That's the period data I got. We can extrapolate it simply. And for India, much lesser. So, 0.3 million actually is what the Indian numbers are. Now, these are very serious. This is a very serious issue. Okay. You would see that there are occurrences. I have a slide on that at the end. I have a photo to share. There are occurrences when farmers have gone to the market, getting pennies on the dollar for every kilogram of crop that they took. Eventually, it was not even enough. They can't get it back, right? So what they had to do is they had to throw maybe 100, 200 quintals of potatoes, rice, or whatever it is on the road. The reason is that bringing it back to their hometown, to their home, which is maybe a few hundred kilometers away, is going to be much more pricier than just throwing it there, right? Zero profit, zero income is still fine. Not negative, right? After 4 months of harvesting. That's where this use case becomes so important. So with Ethereum Foundation, also what we've tried to do is, because Ethereum's entire mandate was how to reach the next billion. So what better place to do that than India, which has a 1.4 billion population, and a lot of it is farmers, right? It's a very huge agriculture market. Some Africa numbers: more than 33 million farmers are smallholder and marginal farmers. These have 2 to 4 hectares of land probably. 80% do not have any collateral for these loans. This is the second part of the loan, right? One is you can easily use your crops as collateral. Other is that if you do not have a collateral for a loan, then what do you do, right? Again, blockchain technology comes to rescue, and with presence of such credible and transparent data, it becomes very easy for banks to underwrite these loans, right? And this is the point where blockchain technology helps us connect farmers with not just banks, bringing banks on board as nodes onto a permission blockchain like Quorum. Also connect the same network with a DeFi protocol on, say, Polygon, and enabling the same farmer to take a loan from the decentralized finance pools as well, DeFi lenders also. So the farmers are able to tap into 2 different sources of loan where previously they had none, or maybe one which was not good, right? Just to give you an example, the rate usually the farmers get is more than 30-35% interest per annum. With this kind of a technology, what we've been able to achieve is less than 9% per annum. That's a huge gap, right? With a 30-35% interest rate, farmers go further into indebtedness rather than coming out of it. So it's a no-brainer solution here, right? So that's what. So this is a brand that has been working in Africa to do this, and they've been using blockchain technology, DeFi, NFT. So where does NFT come from? So we'll come to that very shortly. Another statistic is that 1/3 of the entire food produced across globally, only 1/3 gets eaten, right? 1/3 never actually gets eaten, 1/3 gets wasted. And more than $1 trillion worth of total food is wasted. That's actually equivalent to $1 trillion worth of total food wasted, right? All the more reason to bring this credibility and transparency onto the blockchain. Yeah. So this is the photograph I was talking about. You can see that people had to waste food on the roads rather than taking it back. This wastage is not because of weather, right? So people can claim that there are other problems that farmers face, but this is not those, right? This is purely indebtedness. This is purely not getting enough margins, not getting enough cost on your produce. Not even getting 0.1% of what you put into it, right? So that's not healthy, right? That's not healthy. So how many of you own an NFT? Of course, many, probably everyone. How many of you own an NFT? Okay, just 3, 4? Come on, guys. Right? Just that's it? Okay. So when did you get your first NFT? Which year, maybe? This year? How about you? Okay, 3 years back. Anyone else who else raised their hands? 18? Okay, so she's an outlier in my story. Okay, anyone else? Okay, so 2020, 23, 22, largely all of us here who do not have an NFT anyway out of the question, who have an NFT, own an NFT, minted an NFT, did so in 2020. So I'm so happy to share that my farmers in India and Africa owned an NFT even before you and I did. I think I minted my first one on OpenSea in 2019, to be honest. So in 19 is when we also started. So I can assume that my farmers got an NFT. And what is this NFT? They don't know. They have no clue. They have no clue they own an NFT. It's in their phones, right? It's on a multilingual Android app on their phones, but they have no clue. What is an NFT? This NFT, actually, just for the sake of it, I put NFT here. It's actually an SFT, an ERC1155. This SFT, semi-fungible token, represents their entire produce at the warehouse, actual produce stored at the warehouse. So this is a real-world asset tokenization. So if a farmer has 300 quintals of rice, that would be tokenized onto the blockchain as an SFT. All of that with all the characteristics, because such things, crops have a lot of characteristics. So which year, which month, which season. Like in India, there is Kharif and Rabi and all these things. Every country has their own seasons. So all of those add up to characteristics of a crop, or of a piece of crop, or a deposit of crop, and then the quintal or the kilograms. Why an SFT? Because it has to have fungible and non-fungible values both. As a crop, as a deposit by a farmer, the farmer needs to be able to act on a partial portion of that crop as well. Today, they might not even want to pledge 500 quintals of rice, maybe 300 quintals of rice. So that's where SFT comes into play. So that's the kind of story we have been able to build, as a completely in a very non-profit way, and that too using blockchain technology, NFTs, and decentralized finance to create a major shift in the lives of farmers in India, Africa, and then other initiatives, other impact initiatives starting now in places like Europe. So yeah, so that's how we use these technologies to make this happen. So that's it, largely. I think I'm right on time. That's it. So the agenda today was, again, to recap, sharing two stories with you, non-technical completely, because they were farmer stories, definitely starts non-technical, and how this kind of a technology can be used at such a level, at such levels to create such huge, amazing impacts. So that's it, largely. Any questions? Any questions? Yes. The blue t-shirt there. I think we have 2 minutes. Yeah, Joe? Oh, no, we have 10 minutes. That watch is fast? Yeah. Okay, so I have 10 minutes.
Hello. Hi, Abhishek. Actually, for your second case study, right? Actually, I'm just wondering how you apply the NFT and the crypto into the loan lending case study. Is it like you are using NFT to link to the farmer profile so that the bank can access to the NFT and check on the farmer profile on how much their land can produce the food, so that they are able to access their profile and provide a loan for them? Right. And for the second one, is it like the bank will need to connect with the crypto wallet so that the DeFi community can directly use their crypto to donate their money through the bank system and then directly donate to the farmers? Is it what you are trying to say?
Okay, I hope I remember the questions. So I'm so happy that you asked these two questions specifically. They allow me to delve deeper into, and considering that I have the time to do so, they help me to delve deeper, much deeper into, what the use cases are about. So the first question is that whether what kind of, how the NFT comes into play when giving loan, right? And whether the banks have to connect to what? Can you come again on that? Yeah, right. So a very interesting point there is that the crypto part of it, so kind of answering the second question also with this, right? The crypto part of it, the DeFi part of it runs very separately, very differently as compared to the fiat part of it, right? The bank, so there is a permission network. What the bank needs to do is, the bank is just a node on the permission network, and so are the government custodians or the warehouses where the actual crops are stored, and so are any other third parties who become a part of this entire ecosystem. At this moment, they have no relation to crypto, right? And that is why that is possible, to be honest. So, without taking the name, because that particular use case I've already left, but this is what was started in India in 2019. I'll just give you an idea of how that happens, how that works. That part of fiat loan, right? Fiat currency loan was based out of India, because you can do that in India, right? The moment we connected that with the DeFi part, it had to be, the DeFi part had to be based out of, outside of India, right? It was based in SVG, St. Vincent and Grenadines. I'm not sure if you've heard about it. They offer such regulations and jurisdictions. So they don't mix up at any point in time, right? The bank is not working with the DeFi at all. Otherwise, I don't think that would be possible. And that is why for the first 3 years, this DeFi did not exist. And it was only a permission network. The moment DeFi came into picture, we got in Polygon, we got in, probably other players who are important to this particular side. And then all of them worked together. But the bank specifically does not go into DeFi, or the DeFi doesn't come into bank, number one. Secondly, the bank, you mentioned that does the bank have access to the profiles? Yes, they do. For that, we do not need the NFT. That automatically is because the farmer account is created on the blockchain, right? We do not store personally identifiable information on the blockchain, obviously, but we still have to be a kind of a Web 2.5 solution in this, so that we can achieve those enterprise goals, right? Maybe without being 100% decentralized, but also not being centralized, okay? Because the bank might not support 100% decentralized, all right? Or anonymous specifically. In fact, a credit rating agency, Experian, they also once got in touch with us because such profiles for farmers don't exist. So that's a very good idea, because we have a credit score, right? Based on which we get our credit cards, bank accounts, etc. The farmers don't have a credit score, not in India, not in many other places. So that credit rating agency, because of our solution use case, wanted to build with us a credit rating for farmers, which is when, if that happens, has it happened yet? If that happens, then that would make sense of, giving access to the farmer's profile and knowing its entire background of borrowing and all those financial activities. Is there a part of the question which I did not answer? The second part? How does the? Yeah, so how does the DeFi lending work? Is that what you're asking? So, okay, I'm not understanding the last part. Can you give him the mic? Right. Okay. So how does the DeFi technology help in the lending, right? So it's a DeFi loan. That's what the DeFi technology, right? So, and how does it work? So what happens is the bank, the same NFT, once it's tokenized on the permission blockchain, the moment the farmer says that I want to take a loan on the Polygon blockchain from a DeFi pool, which is, by the way, the same, the pool just set up outside of India, without adding any other third-party pools, just talking about the main pool set up by the organization itself. The moment he does that, that NFT, that tokenized NFT is immediately shifted to Polygon, basically bridged to Polygon. And then they have the same access, the DeFi lenders have the same access to that NFT like bank did maybe 2 seconds back when the farmer did not take such a decision, right? And when that happens, what the DeFi lender does is basically, so there are bonds which are created. So these bonds are real world asset backed bonds, emerging market asset backed bonds. These bonds are what the DeFi lenders invest into, and that money goes to the farmer as DeFi, as the loan coming from the DeFi, and that happens in crypto only yet. So no off-ramping done yet. Fiat is separate, this crypto is separate. So this is largely applicable to a bit bigger traders who are able to accept crypto loans at this moment. But soon it will be an off-ramp solution as well, so that even if you're not a big person, big trader or a farmer, you can still accept loans. We'll just give you it in fiat in your bank account. So that's how it works. So that's how that's bridged. Yeah, any other questions? There were other questions as well, right? Yeah, thank you. A lovely question. Yes. Yeah, please go ahead.
I think maybe since it's a follow-up.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, thank you for explaining how the DeFi lending protocol works in your project. I would like to know if a liquidity provider perspective, you mentioned that there is a real-world tokenization for the collateral provided by the farmer. So I would like to know, is that a governance step, and how do the liquidity provider understand the quality of the collateral that for the liquidity to be provided to that particular farmer?
Yeah, good follow-up question, right? Thank you again. So how it works is that, you remember when I was discussing the fiat side of things, the permission side of things, I mentioned that there are third parties who are also onboarded as nodes on the blockchain network. So these third parties are called collateral management agencies. What they do is they visit in a blind kind of a mechanism. They don't have access to the actual receipt, the warehouse receipt, what we call it. Could not get time to delve so much deeper, but that's what's called a WHR, warehouse receipt. So they don't have access to that. So they have to visit the warehouse and they have to do their independent analysis of the crop. And because this is a very physical business with physical custodians, a good number of custodians, more than 1,500 custodians when I was running that Indian platform. In one state in India, 1,400 warehouses or custodians. So it's a very physical business. The collateral management agency needs to visit them, create an entire report, and that report is also put on the blockchain. So and that report is accessible by the bank also before giving the loan. Similarly, that report is available to the DeFi lenders before giving a loan to understand that, okay, what kind of a crop are we investing in? So the details comes that, okay, this is the NFT, 500 quintals of rice, this season, this variety, this grade, moisture content, this, that, 18 different parameters all packed into a report and shown on the blockchain. And this is what the bond represents, right? And this bond is maybe, it's a zero coupon bond, for example, for the next 3 months, or maybe till January 2024. So this is the data that the DeFi lenders get access to, and then they decide whether I want to invest, put liquidity in this platform or not. Once they do, they get bound with all those bond specifications and regulations. Yeah. Did I answer your question? Okay, thank you. Yes. Maybe last question because.
Yep. All right. So those 2 questions are regarding your second initiative. So my question is for your first initiative.
Lovely.
Just for me to understand, what's the thinking behind targeting the mass market for you to work on that, and why tapping into the blockchain technology? What can Impact Wave do that a Web2, for example, you imagine like a change.org, that they can have, like, pooling of different organizations under it and whatnot, and then you put money into it and then they can give it to anyone who pass their cohorts.
Right.
So what's the difference between that and the model that I just mentioned?
Right. To simplify your question, it is that what can we not do without blockchain technology where we are using blockchain technology? Maybe to simplify the question, is that what? Okay, didn't simplify it, made it complex. All right. Okay, so just to make it concise. So in fact, we started as a Web2 company. Right? We did not have the use of blockchain technology at all because this problem came into the lives, our lives, earlier on before we started thinking about using blockchain technology for it, right? Then there were a lot of validations that happened. And why this industry is not working? Why this, what is a core problem? And that core problem was transparency. Right? 2 ways transparency. Number 1 is how the investment is made. That is one. That is important because you as an institution or a retailer, you're providing your money, you're putting in your money. So how much transparent is that? Second transparency factor was that what happens at the end of 3 months? How I'm not even able to understand what is the kind of impact I'm able to create. So that's not measurable. And that is very important, may not be for retailers, but retail people, but it is very important for institutions who have to have reports shown to them that exactly how many students they helped study or how many people they fed, right? So that kind of a report. That's where we got validation, a lot of validation from investors also, the investors we were in discussion with, that blockchain technology can be used. Yes, you have a follow-up something. Yes.
Yeah. All right. In that case, it sounds like it's a very full, like it's almost as equivalent of having, auditing the organization itself. Yeah. Why don't you consider that? I mean, have you considered working with institutions instead of directly working with retail markets? Because won't you add a layer of complexity to them? Whereas when you work with retailers, with institutions, then you
institutions is our first customer. We have to work with institutions, right? Working with institutions, just working with plain and simple institutions does not solve the problem of transparency that the institutions are themselves facing, right? The use of technology is just a vehicle to make that happen, right? That's the same problem that institutions are already facing, even before we are there or even before they have started investing, via us, via the platform, right? So institutions are our first customer. We have to work with institutions. Retailers are technically, they come second for us, right? So institutions are anyway important, but that's not what we are trying to solve with blockchain. The problem that they solve while doing such investments with or without us is what blockchain solves. Did that answer your question? Somewhat? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Any more questions?
Yeah, because it's anyway the last session of the day, and that watch is very fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking at that while my talk was going on.
Any more questions from the floor? Since this is the last talk, so you can,
Yeah, actually.
you have an opportunity to ask questions if you want.
Yes. Yeah, the first. story?
Yeah, I think because personally I looked into like how blockchain can do social impact as well a little
Yeah.
bit, and I think the thing that didn't really click to me is that how did you track it at the end part of how
very
you
good
spend
question.
it?
Yeah, not 100% actually, just to happy to share it here, that the first part where the funds are coming from the givers to the receivers is 100% tracked. The second part is something that is still a challenge, which we are trying to solve 100%, but not always it's possible because there are certain initiatives or there are certain activities where an initiative has to spend, right, at a very on-ground level, maybe in very lower amounts of cash, just to give you a real ground example, which is not practical to be, tracked on blockchain. So that's the still that 2 to 4% or 5% or 7%, sometimes that increases sometimes in the size, the kind of problem, the challenge that we are not able to solve with blockchain 100%. But we're still trying to make the institutions happy that, okay, earlier it was 0% what you were getting, the clarity. Now it's at least, 85%, 90%, 92% sometimes that way, if based on the number of transactions and how much we're able to track. So that's a very good question, which we are not 100% able to solve yet. But let's see where we go with that. For that second part of it, the first part, 100% solved, right? That's all on blockchain. Yeah. All right, any other questions? We understand there's no hurry today, but any other questions?
Hi.
Yes, hi.
I'm Eric.
Hi, Eric.
I don't really understand some of it,
Yeah.
but just share some experience with myself, and then to see whether we have any connections.
Yeah.
I planted Japanese strawberry in Indonesia, so I'm quite into agriculture. And I got a friend that we are supposed to work together but haven't.
Okay.
I
hope that works. Yeah.
they are doing a farming consultation in Senegal.
Okay.
Each project is like 5,000 farmers and things like that. But the issue in Africa or Senegal is that when you need farmers, it doesn't mean that you just go to the farm and get farmers. They have like a lot of communities, cooperation or whatever. They may have only 3%, they may have only 100%. Then they dispatch or send one farmer each season. Or if they have 2 seasons together, they may send 2 or 4 person to share at one season. Then they start with the crop and then get a harvest and things like that. They don't have money, they don't have the credit, as you said. So the World Bank, they get a credit from the World Bank, but the World Bank cannot give direct to them.
Yeah.
So they will have to give to the local banks, and the local bank give the loan.
Correct.
A lot of very primitive
Correct.
or very traditional way. And you come into all this blockchain that actually I'm working on the Ton blockchain, which is on Telegram, not the Ethereum though. So I was thinking like how it can be integrated, but you seem to have come to a stage where you can integrate these things already.
Yes.
So I'm not sure which part,
Yeah.
that it can be done, but I thought, this is quite a big thing.
Yeah. So Eric, this is exactly the kind of problem that can be solved with such approach, right? In fact, to share with everyone, as Eric said, that the farmer cannot receive a loan, support directly from the World Bank. So what happens is the World Bank gives to the local banks, and the local banks further deploy the money to the farmers. This is exactly what in the second story you saw. So in India, same story, same World Bank coming into the picture, deploying the funds, but we do not work directly with the World Bank. So what has to happen is exactly the same. The World Bank has to give to, say, Maharashtra Regional Cooperative Bank, like in state of Maharashtra. And then there are thousands of farmers in Maharashtra who are receiving it from the regional bank, right? And we have solved it, right, on blockchain. So that's exactly what's happening. I think this is the
and then
approach.
for each individual that you can give the loan thing, Africa seems to they don't have phone to hold on it.
No, actually not. I mean, so this is a very interesting concept that Eric has shared. Joe, we have time, right? 2 minutes, 4 minutes more? Yeah. So thank you for everyone for still sitting here. So we had the same thought even while deploying the solution in India. And when we were designing it, we were astonished to see our own stats that how many of our farmers in India were eventually using the smartphone and the app on their phone. So we had created an alternative model also where the farmer could just walk into the warehouse and take the warehouse's help, right? A huge portion of the farmers actually were using and very comfortable with using the smartphone and the app on their phone, which really awed us, right? In Africa, it is also the problem is not how you think it is, right? In fact, things have changed. For example, M-Pesa in Africa, right? They're able to work even on very featured phones. They don't need smartphones, right? So there are so many approaches to this where we have seen that even very little amount of technology and a bit of awareness on the farmers end has actually made this work, and that's fantastic too. I mean, I would be happy to share some statistics with you. They're doing really good work in Africa where they're able to access those farmers, even though we think that farmers are not very they're not tech savvy. They don't need to be tech savvy actually.
They actually didn't have phones, and they use point system. So individually, they go and collect the points, and they get their crops.
Now it's changing, right? I think quite a lot.
But it's still going on now.
Maybe to would be happy to look at that as well, and would be happy to share that the kind of numbers I've seen happen. I've not worked in Africa directly. I mean, we have worked with that organization, but I know that the challenge is now going away.
Thank you for sharing.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah.
Thank you for such interesting question.
Yeah, wonderful.
Any more questions from the floor?
Yeah.
Or if Abhishek has any more to share?
No, nothing much. Please feel free to connect. That's my LinkedIn. The QR code is for my LinkedIn. I'm very active on LinkedIn. Please feel free to connect. If you have any blockchain solution which is anywhere close to this, right? We're always looking for partners, right? We are always looking for entities and organizations and even individual developers and other people to partner with. So that's the best place to go. We would love to have a chat. Please hit me up on LinkedIn, and that's the best way to go ahead. Yeah. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Round of applause for Abhishek for sharing such an impactful sharing. Thank you. Okay, since this is the last talk, so you may feel free to leave, but before you go, please pick up your leaders and throw it outside the dustbin with you. And a reminder, just bring your own bottle tomorrow. Thank you.